The backseat. Check the backseat.
All right, come here.
Check the backseat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the backseat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Crossover, powered by Every Level Concrete Repair in Omaha at everylevelconcrete.com.
It's the ultra rare 5-box.
Yes.
Ooh.
Whoa. We've got some echo on this. Joey, we figure out where the echo is coming from?
Echo.
Echo.
Is that from
Echo?
your guys' studio?
I'm not
Your
hearing
guys'
it.
cross studio? You're not hearing it?
I'm not hearing it.
Wow, it's just coming back from me. That's fine. I will make this as amicable as we possibly
What are you
can.
hearing? What are you hearing twice right now?
Yeah, what are you hearing? What are you hearing? What are you hearing? What are you hearing? What are you hearing?
Good one, John. No, I'm just hearing everybody again and again and again. It's fine. It's fine. We'll make it work. It's fine. It's fine.
Oh, that's
It's fine.
not
It's
good.
fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
I imagine
He's
it's
fine.
from
He's
where
fine.
you guys are because I assume you have speakers out set and it's probably
We
coming
do.
through that.
It,
Yes,
it could be.
that's
Let's see.
probably what it is.
Let's see. Here's the ultimate test. Today.
See,
I
but
consider
you just-
myself
You just
so
keep
the
saying it,
luckiest
though.
man.
You keep
man,
saying it
man
over
on the
and
face
over.
of the earth.
That'll show him. That'll show him. Hey, did
Isn't it amazing that Lou Gehrig was able to do that speech and not stumble upon his words, given how echoey it was?
Wow, that is a Lou Gehrig.
Whenever I
prepared for.
talk into a microphone in front of people and you can hear it, I always feel drunk.
How much would that speech have resonated if, like, in the middle of it, he was like, "Could you turn down the damn speakers, please?"
Or if he would have said, "Could you give me a tiny microphone?"
Hey,
Oh yeah.
listen,
What if Lou
did you
Gehrig
see
would have
my
used a
horizontal
tiny?
video the
Lou
other
Gehrig
day?
is-
Did you
did
see
you-
my horizontal
Did
video?
you shoot a horizontal video? Did it make you break out? And
Hold on,
hide?
let
Did
me
you get
see.
heebie-jeebies?
Speaking of, hey, Austin, you know how I'm horizontal right now, by the way?
What was that?
You see how I'm horizontal right now, Austin?
Would you like to make it vertical, Nick? We can always
No,
make it
but
vertical.
would you believe that I'm on my phone doing this?
That's crazy.
Wow.
That is
I can
crazy.
just do this on my phone.
Nick, you should turn it the wrong way.
Yeah.
Just
Just
to
to
show everybody how dumb it
my
looks. Look at that.
Oh,
you
man, I hate
you
this.
can't even tell Nick has two shoulders.
I hate
What's
this. I
happening
hate this
here?
so much.
Where'd
That's
my
insane.
shoulders go?
shoulderless Nick.
Oh no, I need those for
Yeah.
shoulder things.
Joey, I did put a screenshot of my horizontal video into this if you want to upload it to stream. What happens to our $5 if we put this photo on here? Will that do anything?
Oh,
I don't
find
know.
out.
Just let's
Oh,
see.
you're talking about like this?
Look at that. See, look at that great
oh, okay.
horizontal video. Who wouldn't
Oh my
want
God,
that?
boy! Could you have waited a half beat for a better still frame of you?
What do you
It looks
mean?
like-
I look great, John.
it looks like you're squeezing out something.
What
Austin,
do
the
you mean?
shadow on your pants makes it look like you wet yourself.
It does. Oh my God! Look at the look at the
Austin,
wetness.
were you a
Look
little
at the wetness.
were you a little pee boy, Austin? It's okay.
Oh, he took it away.
Oh my God. Oh my.
Hey, this was supposed to be my day, okay?
Oh,
I put Matt
pants are
McMaster
so
into the
wet.
grave. I put Matt McMaster into bed today, all right? I played the ultimate prank, and I got him. This is not your day to get back at me for being TikTok
not-
pee pants boy, all right? Don't put on the internet that I peed my pants.
I'm not, but it looks like, those look like the wettest pants.
It's like the picture of Bo Pelini yelling on the sideline.
Yeah, but
khakis.
that was like a dribble compared to that. That looks like he fell into the ocean.
Let it be clear
With one
that I
leg.
did not pee my pants at Omaha North Bellevue West
I
last night.
disagree. Let's see that again. Let's get a
Stop putting it
replay.
up. I'm taking it out. Nope, it's gone. Ah,
Come on.
Bang.
Thwarted again by Mr. TikTok's hand.
Listen,
Don't put
at
it on
least
the internet, folks.
I did not pee my pants. Did
I
not
got
pee
it.
my
Don't
pants.
worry.
Seriously.
I went to
Sweat.
YouTube and I'm getting a
What is-
screenshot.
what
of
is
it.
cre-
No,
What
it
is
doesn't
creating
exist.
that shadow?
Probably the cameraman from
No,
behind.
it's his TikTok microphone holder or whatever. What's in your left hand in that
That
photo?
is an enormous shadow.
It is very
It
large.
is
Congrats,
the
Austin.
Borsheim's Big Game chain that is awarded to the best player of the high school football game.
Next week it should be the Borsheim's Big Game Depends.
Hey, Clarence agrees in chat. Since Adam Sandler is coming to Omaha, I'm just getting ready because peeing your pants is the coolest. Correct.
Nice. Great reference.
What a reference.
Are we going to be giving away Adam Sandler tickets today?
We
are.
Man,
now I almost want to change the drop and do if peeing your pants is cool, consider me Miles Davis.
We are giving away Adam
Yes,
Sandler
we are.
tickets tonight.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, good.
Keep
good
your
work,
ears
guys.
open. We'll explain that
That
more
is
later.
incredible.
I hate this. I can't believe this has already happened to me. This
Austin,
was
I might
supposed to be
tweeting
my
it.
day.
I might be tweeting out a photo.
That's fine.
The thing that makes it the best though is the still frame of Austin. He looks like he's relieving himself.
Okay, but to be fair, the best time to pee your pants when presenting an interview is during the interview because you don't want to grab someone and be like, "Hey, will you come talk to me?" after you've peed your pants. You want to do it during the interview because then they will never know. Who's going to look
question,
down?
is there ever a best time to pee your pants?
When you're cold.
Yeah, true.
No, because then it'll
but then
just get cold
then
and
it'll
you'll get
just freeze.
hypothermia.
Yeah, you only get so much warmth, and then it's.
Then you have pee ice.
We
I guess
also
that would stink too.
And this is a very Western Nebraska take, but we had, as the Sydney Red Raiders, we would wear black pants. And so I knew many people, maybe myself included, that would pee themselves during high school football games because you can't get to the bathroom. How do you get to the bathroom? You can't run away from the game.
Hold it. Just hold it.
Well, who's going to know? It's just me and now all these people on this stream. That's
people
it.
who can smell you, and they're like, "That smells like pee."
Yeah,
That
but
boy
it's
smells like pee.
football.
It's football. It already is kind of smelly.
I'm
By the
glad-
way, I just got a message from our good friend Chance. He says, I can't listen to the crossover right now, but I made these yesterday, and it's a nice Ben Hur hat. Oh, that is good stuff.
Thank you, Chance.
That is very good stuff.
That's the best.
God!
I'm happy you guys can just have so much fun at my expense. I'm so happy for you. How is
Austin,
Cross Train
me too.
Brewing?
It's great.
It is wonderful.
Trying to decide on when I'm asking for that first beer, honestly. That's the question right now. Because he was like, do you want one? And Nick said, can I have a water? And they all gave him a look.
Yeah,
Nice.
it's like we didn't come here to brew water. We came here to brew beer.
Sorry for
they
being
don't
a
brew
thirsty
water.
Boy.
Okay,
Yeah.
so would it be weird? I asked Josh this yesterday, but would it be weird if I came and visited you guys twice in the past 2 weeks?
No,
not
not
at
at all. Are you coming to this neighborhood anyway?
Yeah, I'm actually relatively, but I have to go back to the office and go back to digital work.
And you have to come back here for a Blue Jay shoot around.
I do have to be back at Blue Jay Shooter. We got to be all over the place.
Don't
man. We
forget
gotta be doing
us.
that.
Then you got high school football games tonight to go to, Austin, right?
I do.
We
yeah.
would love to
everywhere.
see you. There's a rumor on the street that McMaster might be stopping by later on today, too.
Oh,
Are they going
really?
to fist fight each other?
Yeah, but here's
No.
what I'm curious about because I told him, I said, hey, let me know what you want for dinner tomorrow night, and I'll get it on the way to the station. He said, well, what would you think if I showed up at Cross Train and rode with you? So I was like, that's totally fine with me. But then I realized, wait a second, does that mean he's going to take an Uber all the way here?
Oh.
It's going to be like a $50 car ride from the station, I would
Yeah.
presume.
There's.
Hold on. Wait a minute.
How's he going to get back? Yeah.
Well, I would
Why
take him.
can't he drive himself?
No. Here.
No, that's what I'm saying, because he wants to, I would assume, he said, can I ride with you? So I would assume, okay, that means he would leave his car somewhere and Uber all the way out here.
Why would you do that?
Because he's a strange man. I don't know.
Why wouldn't you just drive your own car here? And
Maybe he
drive
really
your
wants
own...
to spend the night with me.
Maybe he wants to leave his car
tonight?
keys
He wants-
in someone else's car. He loves
Yeah,
doing
maybe-
that.
maybe.
He wants to
Probably in
spend
Josh
tonight
Peterson's car.
with
Well,
you.
we're going to spend most of tonight together.
That's cute.
But he said he wants to ride with me to the radio station. So I guess I just presumed that meant he was taking an Uber from there to here. Because why would he leave his car here? I won't be taking him back after Big Red Overreaction.
Yeah, I was going to say, how's he going to leave the house?
I will
leave
be
the station?
going home because it will be almost 1 o'clock
Maybe
in
you
the
guys
morning.
can have a
This is a
sleepover.
strange
I'm
little
not
boy.
taking him back.
You can have a
Stibbs.
McMaster
I'd still have to
sleepover.
take him somewhere tomorrow. There will be no sleeping over anywhere. with
Stibbs
Matt.
puts in chat, I drove him to drink and he's already drunk. That I hope not is the case, but I can understand for why. Poor
I
Matt.
assume he's taking a nap right now,
He
is what
probably
I
is.
assume.
My-
Oh, he does want
says
to
he
fart
wants
my
to
car.
Oh, I forgot the
Yeah,
spray.
he absolutely does.
So he went to the zoo yesterday. Did you see his thread? He
Oh,
gave
yeah.
the final
it
grade
went
of the zoo
bonkers. It did numbies.
9.4 out of 10.
that's an idiot. Gosh, he's
How do
such
you
a
give the
moron.
Omaha Zoo 9.4 out
Well,
of 10?
it is a good zoo.
Yeah, is there
You're
not?
saying it should
Can't
be
he
lower,
just
higher?
I'm
give?
saying it should be higher.
Oh,
But
okay.
I'm just saying maybe
yeah,
he's
sure,
trying to
me
give
too.
some
high
room for
grade.
There might be an
improvement.
exhibit under construction.
Yeah.
You never know.
He's just trying to give room for improvement. Isn't that what we all strive for in life? Just to improve a little bit. You can't, you can chase perfection, but you'll never catch
That's
it.
usually the case.
Yeah.
Corpian posts that. Yep, thank you, John. Remember when Josh wanted to sleep over with John, and now McMaster wants to sleep over with Josh.
Very nice.
Now you know how I feel.
Yeah, don't like it.
Felt-
Why don't
Never-
you all sleep over together?
No, I don't want to sleep over.
Get another
with-
TikTok.
with
house.
There is no going to be sleeping over.
Oh, the TikTok house. That
all.
I was in Kansas City when you guys had the TikTok house. That looked very fun. I wish I could have came by.
We had an amazing time. Lots of bonding. If you work at the Zone as a full-time producer and you weren't there, yikes. I mean, it's a tough look.
Yikes.
Yeah, or you had a child and that's okay. So anybody
that's
else,
acceptable.
though,
Yep.
really tough look.
Yep.
Joey, I wish you could have been there.
Wow.
I wish, but I'm back here just holding down the fort for y'all.
Y'all.
Had to have somebody working back at the station.
That is
Some
true.
people were gone.
That's true.
I'll get my
Nick,
trip.
hey, what's going
Hi,
on?
what's
Hey,
up?
what's going on, Nick?
I was fulfilling a childhood dream. That's
Mm.
fine.
Were you getting
Childhood
engaged?
dream.
No, I went to go see My Chemical Romance in Chicago. I don't
That's
know if
a
anybody knew.
childhood dream.
Yes.
It's a concert.
It's a concert from a band
gosh.
that broke up for a while, and then they just got back together a couple years ago.
I had no idea, but
Yeah.
it doesn't sound like a dream to me.
Yeah, what
No,
part of
it
your
John, it sounds like a
childhood?
nightmare to you, am I right?
Yeah,
John, I
what
cried at that show.
what part
It was
of your
incredible.
I'm
childhood
not
did you fall
surprised.
asleep and dream of going to a My Chemical Romance concert?
When I was 10 and got welcome to the Black Parade. For
When
my
he was a
birthday.
young boy, his father took him to the city. You're just singing the song now in different
Yes,
ways.
people forget.
This isn't even real. By the way, a great point from Dave Fight, who says the choice of a horizontal video makes more sense now, removes the focus of the pee pants. If you make it horizontal, your eyes are directly there, whereas horizontal.
Yeah, but now I'll never see that photo the same way again.
Yeah. Don't make it vertical for Austin.
Before it was the look on his face, and now it's the pee pants.
I have no rebuttal. You win. You win.
I mean,
Guy
that-
says
I can't
also,
give
what
you anything.
happened with Sipple? What's going on with your face there, man?
What?
Well, he'd probably pee in his pants again.
What about
Cody
my face
tweeted,
with Sipple?
he says, "This is Austin while talking to Sipple today." And
What the
I don't know what's-
hell is that?
Austin, you're a meme. You're just getting memed left and right,
you know,
man.
here's what
What
my
about
my
the meme?
coworkers
What about
at
the memes?
Herd at Sports, we call that content machine. You guys are just being meme about it. That's what you are.
Meme or mean?
Both.
I
Take
think
it
he
however
said
you would like.
meme.
Well,
He
I
said
like
meme.
memes. Shout out Amazing Daniel, by the way, who's drinking a One Beer Friday, which is brought to you. Did you know this, John?
By
Cross
Train Brewing Company.
He's drinking the Cornhead Crusher right now.
Cornhead Crusher is good.
Corn
You
Husker
mean
Crusher.
Cornhusker Crusher.
It's
I've combined
good.
words.
Yes.
How about that?
Which, by the way, now is available in many fine stores around the metro
We were
and
t-
across Nebraska.
We were talking
Very
about it
really nice.
before the show. This
Yeah,
is so
they've
exciting.
really made some nice progress since the last time we got an update because
Mm-hmm.
they were so concerned about getting enough product to the stadium and then obviously having it on tap here. But now they are distributing all over the place. So just about, not quite, but just about every place you can find beer, you can find Herbie on a can. The only place you will find Herbie legally on a can.
By the way, I think that I might have just learned the confusion about tonight with McMaster. He just texted, "Are you at the downtown cross train or the other one?" That
The
explains
other one.
everything.
Yes, he lives downtown. doesn't
He
he
does.
Yeah.
Now,
Okay.
now it feels now I'm okay.
So now we will not be riding together.
I'm sorry.
It's fine.
You're
Now I
not
can
gonna
listen
have
to
your McMaster
podcasts
road
on the
trip?
way to the radio station.
Well,
Or pregame
you're-
with Damon Benning counting.
your passenger seat thanks you.
Oh, it does. It's going to smell better tonight.
Yeah.
Well,
Won't
that's
have to
good
deal with the
news.
reverberations from
Matt.
So
Matt.
Damon only counts in the game, not in the pregame.
Well,
Okay, I am still I still don't understand. I've not heard this yet. I still don't. Could someone explain to me how it works?
Well, I mean, Joey will be working hard because I was going to say, like, they put the whole game up on SoundCloud. We could have Joey search for
Well, I
a
was just-
moment inside of a game. And
I mean,
then
I was just hoping that one of you could just
we can't
mimic-
explain it though, John.
The best way I can explain it is if a player gets a touchdown, he finds a way to make their
Oh,
number
we're talking about
equal 6.
DBs counting. Yeah, no, this
best.
yeah. It's
It's
What
the
if-
whole bit.
What if, Nick,
Okay.
to help me understand that we do a play? Okay, so I
don't know
will
if
call the
I
play.
don't know if I like this.
I will call the
You
play.
want me to do math?
no.
Well, I just want you to just try to make it make sense
Okay.
to me. So I can be the announcer. I can be
Yes.
play by
Okay,
play.
yeah,
I
yeah.
will be generic, ordinary play by play guy. I will call the play. It will be an Emmett Johnson touchdown,
okay.
Okay.
Nice. Good job by you, EJ.
and then you be Damon. And so think about it here. 21, 2, whatever. All right. So you ready? You ready here? Okay. So I'm just going to be a generic play by play
Nick,
announcer.
I can sub in if you need.
I'll be okay, fine. Either one of you. All right,
Okay.
Here we go. Are you ready?
I'll let Austin
I need.
do it.
Hold on.
Okay, all right. I know
Do
what
we
we're
need
going
to turn your microphone down?
I've only heard DB
Oh,
do it a couple
gross,
times, so I don't
John.
totally have it.
I need to get my throat
I'm so
ready.
confused. What is the bit that John is doing right now?
John is trying
Here we go.
to. He's emulating, if you remember that.
He wants to be Kyle Crooks.
Here we are. Ready? Here we go. Generic, nondescript, play-by-play announcer, and scene.
Hey, Adrian Fiala. By the way, old buddy, you looks like you've been spending a little too much time in the old tanning salon these days. We're here at the old gray lady at 10th and Vine, and she's a quivering down to her loins. Big game here is Nebraska's playing Northwestern. It's a tight one here this afternoon in Lincoln, Nebraska. It's 3rd down and 8. Oh, check that. It's 1st down and 10 at the 27 of Northwestern. Here's the old Georgian, the old Dylan Raiola. He takes the snap. He turns. He does that thing where he gives the ball away. And it's Evan Johnson. He's to the 25, to the 20, to the 10, to the 5, to the 4, to the 3, to the 2, to the 1. Touchdown, Nebraska.
I don't know how to respond. You got me. All right. Okay. Why was that Kyle Crooks?
That was a different guy.
That was just Guy.
You said you were
just
Kyle
Guy.
Crooks that whole time. I got very confused.
You did. You said he was Kyle Crooks.
Okay, my bad. Okay, so I'm DB.
I'm
All
still
right.
confused.
Okay, anyway,
Where's my friend Adrian Fiala when I need him?
I thought it was supposed to be DB counting it down to 6. Isn't that what I'm supposed to be doing here?
Yes.
All right, so DB. All right, so Emmett Johnson, 2-1. You times that plus it, that's 3. 2 scores on the day. Times it by 2, that's 6. 6 points. Give me all of them.
That's actually exactly what happens.
Oh, Adrian Fiala of the African-American persuasion. That was a great play brought to you by Touchdown Herbicide.
Oh.
We'll be back after this on the Pinnacle Sports Network.
Touchdown Herbicide.
Network highlight of the game.
And
Well done. Well done.
Austin, I love that you didn't understand any of that.
No.
That made it even better. It was the look on your face. Real heads know what John was doing. John, that was hysterical. Good job by you, especially when you said you've been in the tanning booth.
Yeah, man, you fooled me. Must be my slow internet out in western Nebraska. Couldn't get that one. My bad.
I didn't get it either. It's okay.
Okay, thank God.
Because you guys are because you're TikTokers.
That's from a different. That's from a different
time.
generation of unsportsmanlike. conduct.
back
in the
days.
day when AM radio was dominating all
Hey,
over Omaha.
hey.
You wouldn't understand.
Hey, Austin, settle down.
All right.
It was a better day. That show was very serious. It was always a serious
always
show.
a serious
Anyway,
show.
do you understand the DB bit now?
I think I get it
That's
now.
Okay.
that
But it's
happens
more
every touchdown.
convoluted than
Yes.
even that.
Okay.
You
Well,
actually
there-
gave a
so-
layup.
Yeah,
You did.
because
Depending on-
so if like the worst possible scenario tonight for DB would be like a Donovan Jones pick 6, because how do you get 3 and 7 to 6? Because you would have to go, okay, so 3 minus 7 would be 4. 7 minus 3 would be 4, and then maybe you add Drake. What is Drake Lindsley's number? Like, is he like 5 or something? Then you say 5, and then you'd say minus a field goal they missed would equal 6. Give me all of them. It's impossible. He always tries to make this as difficult as possible.
He does.
He really does.
He does get there. He finds a way to get there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so this is to imply then that he has permeated all of the possibilities for different players
He's
scoring.
like, what's his name in
Yeah.
The Hangover? His mind is just showing all sorts of numbers
Right,
as he's counting cards at the blackjack
Do you suppose
table.
while some people have like a spotting chart or like a page of stats, he just has a sheet of,
Yes.
here's what happens if Donovan Jones scores. Here's what happens if
You're saying he writes out his math?
well,
You're saying he
I mean-
pre-writes his math?
I would be more impressed if it was come up with on the fly.
What if someone's like, hey, Damon, how's the prep going for Minnesota? I don't know. I still am doing the math stuff. It's Wednesday. I haven't even gotten past it yet. But DB, the game's Friday this week. You lost a day of your prep.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, listen, go for it, man.
Go for it.
I'd still
indeed.
like to hear it in its natural habitat. Maybe I'll get the chance next week when they play Northwestern. There's a chance I might not be able to see that
If it's
game.
a mid-afternoon game, you'll be driving to Omaha.
I'll be driving to
Well, now we got to
Omaha.
hope Nebraska scores some touchdowns.
They did have a pretty
Northwestern.
easy one last week on the. You might be able to find it on some of the radio replays from the
Hey,
Husker
that's
Radio
what our
Network.
podcasts are called.
Yeah.
Oh, geez. Okay, sorry, Dad. My bad. But I know that the Husker Radio Network tweeted out one of them with Dane Key's touchdown because he was like, "This one's easy. 6 = 6. Give me all of them.
Good stuff.
Give me all of them.
All
Give
right,
me all
well,
of them." Wow.
Now I have a better understanding.
There you go. Look
awesome.
at that. We're teaching everybody.
Oh, also,
Everyone's learning.
Josh, I'll tell you this. Matt McMaster did bring up he brought up to me to not tell you to bring up the White Monster incident during Big Red Overreaction tonight. He wanted to make sure that was clear. He did not want to talk about it tonight.
Well,
Oh, really?
I guess that means we have to talk about it. Interesting. What is he trying to hide? What is McMaster trying to hide? He's certainly not trying to hide the white monster he left in the bathroom.
Oh, did you not hear? I
He
planted
knows.
the White Monster.
I didn't know. I didn't realize the audience.
Gotcha.
knew.
Yeah,
I didn't realize the audience.
Yeah,
knew.
yeah.
we went over this through the crossover
Yeah.
this morning.
Austin,
yeah.
Sorry, I missed
Austin
it.
killed the bit this morning really quickly.
Yeah, that's a little too
You
fast.
could
to
have let
kill
it
a bit.
ride a bit.
Yeah,
Well,
you got to
no.
let it go.
No. It was beautiful radio this morning because I got Matt to pay Gary $25 and give him a pastry and coffee for Monday morning show. I got it in paper in writing, and then I admitted to my fault. So it was beautiful.
You really gaslighted Matt.
I for sure did.
Gaslit.
I gaslighted. Yes.
Gaslighted. No, gaslit.
No, it's always been gaslighted.
Well, then I would encourage everyone
reference.
tonight on Big Red Overreaction here on 1620 The Zone and 1019 DeKeg to call in and
Okay.
ask about the monster incident.
The monster.
It'd be a real shame if some
Please
intrepid
do call
listeners kept calling in and saying, "Matt, what's up with that monster?"
I mean, instead of the stupid bit where the Michigan State guy calls in,
which he didn't a couple weeks ago because
Ooh.
they lost. Nebraska
Right.
He
beat
did not.
but
Michigan
instead
State.
of that
Oh.
bit, the bit
Loser.
should be that every caller tonight works in the monster thing.
The
into
monster
their
thing.
call.
Just do it for every big red overreaction. Matt McMaster's
Oh,
hosting.
Joey, that is why you are the producer that you are.
Nice job,
What an
Joey.
idea.
Love it, love it, love it.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, good
Sadly,
stuff.
I will not hear it. I'm attempting to go spoiler free
Well,
tonight.
to be
so.
fair,
luck with
John,
that.
I mean, this is the most important start in Creighton basketball history. That's what people are here for, right? They want to hear about maybe a new generation of Blue Jays beginning. The Allen Huss experience is beginning here soon. I mean, this is huge for Friday night action. There's no other sport I would rather be at than at CHI this Friday evening.
I mean, ditto. That's why I'm
John
gonna
is
be
so
there.
much more into
Friday's
this
a
game
great
that he
night for
didn't even make
basketball.
he didn't even make the open for us today, Joe. He's too basketball pilled.
Yep, that's
Well,
correct.
I was too everything pilled yesterday. It
Yeah.
was just a lot of stuff.
Are you sleepy pilled just yet?
Not yet?
Well, you
Well,
are.
I was earlier. I'm okay now.
Okay.
Oh yeah, during the Happer show earlier, we think we woke up Steve Sipple from a nap, calling him.
Oh.
So
At this hotel up in Minneapolis.
yes, yeah, he woke up and Odson said, "He goes, hello."
I swear there were many times back in his
He
old
would tell
time
us
slot
that. Yeah.
where he would
What time?
wake up from a nap.
What time did you guys call him today?
For all of us.
No, what time did you call Sipple?
Oh, what time did we call Sipple? I thought you asked what time did we wake up. I was like
No.
5. I don't know. Like, what do you care? We called Sipple at 1.
1 p.m. seems like a weird time for a nap.
No, not if you just had lunch and you know it's going to be a late night tonight.
Bingo.
That's actually a pretty normal.
He did a
time.
morning show today, probably from the
Yeah.
road. Maybe not.
Yeah,
I
that
don't
is
know.
true. Yeah,
But yeah,
probably.
he's gonna be up late tonight.
Yeah.
It's a late night. Is this a 2-nap day for someone like that? Like if you had a morning show and then you had
Oh,
to cover the game, it might be a
2
2-nap.
naps?
Two nap day. What kind of psychotic mumbo
Yeah,
jumbo is
no.
that?
Is this a
Austin?
toddler? Is this an infant?
Wow, geez.
Is this
okay.
a 2 wipe day
You
on
know,
your little
when-
behind?
When we're all not in the same studio, you guys are really mean to me. This is crazy.
No.
Like,
Who takes 2 naps?
Babies
Except
do.
for babies.
2 hot naps.
And Austin.
okay.
Do you take 2 naps?
Okay, so
He's got to do something
it's
between
so
peeing his
I know
pants.
obviously
I don't think we're gonna see Austin today anymore. Now.
yeah, no, there's a 0% chance I come visit you guys. Like, you can't call it a nap because it is overnight, but it was for a shortened amount of time. I got home late from high school football last night, had to post the horizontal and vertical videos, and then I had to wake up for another morning show to produce that one at about 6. So I was really I only got like 3 hours of sleep. So did I
Sleepy
get a
time.
nap? Like, is that a nap or is that did I go to sleep? Or are we differentiating those?
3
or not?
hours.
3 hours is not a nap.
No,
I would
that's
agree.
sleep.
I would agree.
That's attempting to sleep.
That's very, very short sleep.
What's
but that's
cut off
not
for
too
nap
long.
then? I guess I would consider 3 hours a nap still.
Well,
Not if it's
but
overnight. Though.
if you slept,
Why
for,
does it matter
if
if
you
it's
It was during the
overnight?
day.
if
If
you
you're a
took a
normal day.
3-hour nap during the day, you would be worried that you missed something,
Oh,
right?
Yeah. Oh,
That's way
absolutely.
too long of a
You'd
nap.
wake up very confused.
And it would
Yeah.
mess up your entire day.
Mhm.
Any nap would mess up my day.
So
honestly.
instead
an
of-
hour nap would
Yeah.
mess up my
So
day.
instead of the double nap, a long nap would be better for a day like today. Is that what we're coming to?
For you, yes.
Okay, well, it's not about me. It's about Sip. We're talking about Sip.
Well, I mean,
I'm thinking about you, Austin, because I care
Thank
about
you,
you.
Josh.
You're
'Cause
a
I'm
friend of mine.
I mean, I'm assuming Sip went to bed at his usual 7:30 last night.
That's true.
You know,
He didn't watch the Unk Off on Thursday Night Football. Do you guys know what the Unk Off means?
Unk off.
The
I do,
unk
but it's because
off.
they're Unk is old.
Yeah.
Unk means
Like
you're
John,
old.
John, you are the Unk of
Like
unsportsmanlike conduct.
You
Yes.
are. Yeah.
Where,
You are
where
unk.
does where is the
Your unk.
where is the derivation of using the word unk?
Uncle.
It's like uncle. Like your uncle's usually older than you,
Yeah.
except in
Yeah, Unk
Catholic
is the
families.
new. It's a different way of saying old.
That's dumb.
You don't like it? I think Unk is fun. Now I haven't been cool enough to use it yet
Well,
in
I
my
mean,
daily
you
vocabulary.
been
John
Unk
is
yet?
Unk.
No,
There are many young uncles out there.
there are.
But my
I
little
am one of
brother's a
them.
young uncle.
I'm
And-
28 and I'm an uncle. Yeah.
There
That
you
could be
go.
the
So
title
you're
of a
the unk.
movie.
I'm not the uncle.
Young-
No, you
young
are
uncle.
Yeah, John. Let's be clear. You are Unk. I can be uncle.
You're
You
an
are
uncle.
Yeah, but you're Unk.
But you're
There's
Unk.
a difference between
Yeah,
an
see,
uncle and Unk.
John, you're
I-
not understanding. You are Unk. I am an uncle. Those are two different
I don't claim this. This is more Gen Z nonsense.
Whoa, Tommy says I think anyone over 22 is Unk now. Is
Oh,
this true?
That's
no,
not
we're not
right.
all Unk. That can't be it.
No.
I'm not Unk yet.
Full question.
Are we
So
all
Nebraska
Unk?
has an Unk
Is-
on the football team.
is Tommy one of those toddlers that just got up from his second nap?
Goo goo gaga. Time for another 3-hour nap. Goo goo gaga. Go to computer and type now. You're unk.
Okay, so
I
to be
beat
fair,
Nets.
Jeff Sims would be the Unk of college football since he's been
Oh,
playing
he's
since like
definitely that.
2018.
Austin says new HBO prestige drama,
The
The Young Unk.
Starring Austin Jacobson and special guest star P Pants.
That's how did that get back to me? I don't understand.
Because the crossover's over and we always have to circle back, Austin.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's how that
I
works.
hate that.
Yep.
Well, glad my new national nightmare of the afternoon crossover is finally wrapped up.
Wow. I
hate-
think Austin's a tiny bit actual triggered right now.
I hate the digital version of the afternoon crossover when I
So
co-host.
Austin, just chill out. You'll come back in a few
Joey,
hours.
don't take their side.
It wouldn't
Go
it
home,
wouldn't have
take a
gone
nap,
this way if
chill,
we hadn't
go
have
to bed.
seen that picture.
You're the one. I mean, you have, in the words of Obi-Wan Kenobi,
You have done that yourself.
Shouldn't have peed your pants, dude.
Austin
All right, that
Gracie.
was the crossover.
Powered by Ever Level Concrete Repair in
I
Omaha.
love you, Unk.
Good to see you, Austin.
See ya, Unk.
Tune in Blue Jay Shoot Around at 6
That's true. True in Blue Jay Shoot Around
Live.
live at 6.
With
Live
Unk.
tonight.
We are live at Cross Strain Brewing down on Portal Road in beautiful Papillon. And we got a Friday Grum next on 1620 The Zone.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Oh, it's a game day Friday, ladies and gentlemen, and my goodness, what a beautiful day we have here in our fair city.
I hope it's this nice up in Minneapolis. It is gorgeous in Omaha, Nebraska right now.
Yes, it is. Here we go.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
You are looking live at Cross Strain Brewing off Portal Road in Papillion, Nebraska, home of Cornhusker Crusher, the official craft beer of the Huskers on a game day Friday. And I have to apologize in advance.
For?
I had been planning for months when we found out that this game was on a Friday to do our Friday anthem, but it just got so doggone busy this week that I wouldn't have been able to do it justice. But I will make it up to you. I will make it up to you today here on the Grum. We'll talk about that in just a moment. Duncan says in Eden Prairie right now, suburb of Minneapolis, 67, partly cloudy skies.
That's football.
Game night weather brought to you
gorgeous.
by Unsportsmanlike Conduct. And with that, we say greetings. You know, I one of the things I like when I come here, first of all, it's just a great place. Doug and everyone here just does an awesome job. They got the best beer in town. He was already moving around to all the different TVs to not only make sure that he had everything set up for the football game tonight, but to get the BTN Plus, which no one should ever subscribe to. But he did anyway, because he is dedicated to his friends, his fans, his customers. He's got the BTN Plus ready to go so that folks can watch the volleyball tonight at 6.
Nice.
And the football at the same time, because there'll be a little crossover. There. A little bit of crossover.
Maybe like
there.
a half hour of crossover,
Yeah,
knowing how the volleyball team is playing right now.
Yeah, if Nebraska fiddles around, maybe, it'll cross over a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So if you are coming out here to Cross Strain, don't worry. He's got you covered. Both football and volleyball will be available here on their TVs. And, of course, all their great beers, including Cornhusker Crusher, will be available here tonight. But the other thing I like when we come here is,
what's that?
He's got the classy decor, right? You got the hops that serve as the lights that come down and hang over the
cool
bars.
Clock that they have?
And that was what I was going to mention.
It's amazing.
The Sydney Sweeney Angel Clock, because it looks like Sydney Sweeney with wings on a nice tall frame. And then balanced delicately on her pretty head is this giant clock, and it's got the KS logo in the middle of the clock face, and she's holding a torch.
Yep.
And
the Human Torch was denied a bank loan.
It's amazing.
I don't want to ask how much it cost.
I don't either.
But I also do kind of want to ask how much it cost.
I want to ask, how did he get Sydney Sweeney to pose for the clock?
Can we get one
wings?
of those with a friend of the PreGrum logo in place of the KS?
Yes.
That would be amazing.
Yes.
Okay, so all right, Sweet 98, you're going to show it to him here. I'll blow up.
I don't know if this is going to do it justice. Hang on, I got to get this straight.
Yeah, it's not.
There he is. She's in the corner, the Sydney Sweeney
looks
clock.
way better in person, I swear.
Yeah, it does. I mean, there's a little glare coming off the windows because It's so nice to hear.
So, one of our sister stations, Sweet 98, they did something, they won something, and they got Bones. They had Mr. Bones. If you drive by our station, you see this giant skeleton.
Yeah.
That was what they wanted for winning a major
We could have had
award.
that.
If we win something, if somebody gives us an award, I am going to go to our boss, Keely, and say, I want the Sydney Sweeney clock with the friend. And you know what? I'll even do it for the station with a 1620, the zone logo inside the clock. That is what I want.
That's what I want.
Much more practical.
We'll
keep it inside so we'll get blown over by the wind.
And we'll never have an excuse to go over on a segment because we will have a clock. Now, I mean, we'll have to learn how to tell time again with analog clock, but trust me, we'll learn with the Sydney Sweeney has wings.
This will be great for McMaster. I don't think he knows how to do analog time. He'll now know what the bottom of the hour and the top of the hour means.
Love it.
People forget bottom of the hour is because the big hand is at the bottom of the hour. That's why 2:30 is the bottom of the hour. The top of the hour, it's because the big hand is at the top of the clock.
Exactly. Well, it's time to get to the Grum Down, brought to you by the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard. The song, it says it in the song. Yes, Friday night is a great night for football. Huskers, Gophers, we're going to move some things around today because I have to leave early so I can get downtown to get set up for Creighton basketball tonight. But Huskers, Gophers, we're going to do our bet trends, our keys, our predictions. Predictions will be later, but the bet trends and the keys are coming up here shortly. We'll do a Week 7 NFL preview, some interesting games coming up this weekend.
Oh, yeah.
An A slate, because we both graded it an A.
Good games.
Of Week 8 college football.
Every window, good games, intriguing matchups. Even the unranked versus unranked games, in my opinion, there's some intrigue, especially in the Big Ten.
Dodgers in total command, and the Blue Jays are back to even.
Could you say it with more happiness in your voice?
I wanted one of these series to go more than 4 games,
but it comes
5
at the
games.
Expense of someone that I consider a close personal friend. I wish you could say the same. Listen to your voice. Oh, the ALCS is now tied.
No,
and I don't care whose people it affects in my life.
All I said was the Blue Jays are back to even.
Interesting. Meanwhile,
can I say
Stibbs is turning the game off in the 4th inning right now? He's just so sad about everything.
Can I say Jays win? Jays.
Wow, you monster.
Win?
What time is the ALCS today? It's going to happen while we're here.
As my voice is
you're
now
going to
changing.
do the thing again?
As my voice is changing.
Because today,
I believe that's at 5. 5 for that game.
5:08, indeed.
Either 5 and 8 or 5 and 9. I don't remember.
No,
exactly.
it's like 5 and 7:30.
Oh, okay, 5 and 7:30.
Yeah, exactly.
Crap, there might even not be any baseball on when I drive home because I am attempting to go spoiler free tonight. On the Nebraska game. I've already got the DVR set to record at home, but we'll see if I can pull it off. Kent's Movie Club today. Hereditary we'll be discussing.
Spooky month, and stay tuned for John's pick. Does Spooky month continue in the movie club?
Jack Mitchell, happy hour. Yes, Jack's going to be filling in for me when I leave early today, but Jack will be here with Josh virtually in the stream.
Yeah.
We got a cross-strain 1 beer Friday. See, this is
poor dose.
I
know.
Wish the schedule would have worked. I mean, to have 1 beer Friday at an actual
It's
brewery.
so wild that they did the exhibition game on a Friday when Nebraska plays on a Friday. Because usually they didn't know, right?
I know it wasn't that. I think there's a
fundraiser.
concert tomorrow.
Concert.
I
Music?
think
is it a podcast concert or is it?
It's
Bill Simmons.
No, it's Stuart Mandel and Bruce Feldman
and Ralph Rousseau. Awesome.
And a doomsday celebration. Stand by for that in just a second. But I wanted to set up. All right, so I apologize. We did not get to the Friday anthem, but
there was a funny tweet about this.
We do have 5, right? It's 5. We have 5 pairs of tickets for Adam Sandler next Tuesday at CHI Health Center.
Okay.
So, when you hear this, be caller 4.
Awesome.
At 402-951-1620. And you will win the ticket. So again,
let's do it one more time to set it up.
When you hear Again, caller 4 gets the tickets.
Okay.
That's
So
how we'll do it
We're
today.
done setting it up. The next time
Done setting it up. We'll remind folks,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
we're not going to play the drop until the drop plays to execute the game.
And we're going to play this 5 times.
During the Grum.
5 times during the Grum. I cannot believe that you have ignored the story of the day in Nebraska football. Not that they're playing a game, which starts in 4 hours and
what are you talking about?
30 minutes.
What are you talking about?
But that they could be wearing alternate helmets for tonight's game. Wait, have you actually not seen this?
No.
You heard about this?
No.
Wait, really? You're
No.
not doing a bit?
I'm not doing a bit. I swear to God, I have not heard about this.
The tweet came at 8:37.
Oh, are you talking about with
the
do you think it's an alternate helmet? Or did they just not discolor it, but did they purposely color it in pink?
Yeah, so you have seen this.
I guess I have seen that.
So,
I guess I didn't see it as they were announcing an alternate helmet. I just thought they had altered the photo. Pray they don't alter it any further. So that it would be pink because they're doing the pink shoes. But that would be interesting.
So Nebraska, for those who missed it, for those who aren't online, Nebraska put out, they always do this thing on game day where it looks like a program, if you will, right? Like a cover of a program. So today they tweeted it out game day, and there's a hand holding up a Nebraska helmet, and the N and the stripe and the face mask are all pink, not red.
Okay.
And so, we actually don't know the answer to this question. It could be.
I guess it could be. I guess I just didn't think of it that way. I thought they just did the photo that way to honor the fact that it's, breast cancer awareness, and they are going to do pink cleats tonight. So maybe they are. Now, I would say this. How cool would it be if they wore pink pants?
Oh, that'd be honestly, if they did the whole kit and caboodle.
Forget the surrender whites. Do the pink helmet with the pink turn the red into pink and do the irregular away uniform.
I think it'd be pretty sweet, honestly.
That's the move, not the surrender whites.
Talk about a random surprise that no one has been talking about this. No one had even theorized oh, this is pretty cool that they're doing this, breast cancer awareness game. What if they wore pink beyond the the cleats or the gloves? Is that what it is?
See. Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll keep an eye on it. We'll see it. Well, I won't see it until midnight.
That's true. By the way, Eric says, "Is there any way to win Sandler tickets in the stream?" Eric, if you are watching on YouTube, you are actually as live as you can be. So listen in the stream.
But will the drop play over YouTube?
Yes, it will.
Yes, it will. Nick
There
says
you
it
go.
will. So, there's a tip for you. Go to the YouTube. See, so when Josh, swears, it goes out over YouTube because we don't have a delay on that.
In 3 weeks.
3 weeks.
Yeah, I'm the
3 weeks since Josh's last workplace accident.
Dang it, I'm the last person to swear.
Yeah,
it's me, and then before that it was Happer.
Yeah,
before that it was you. Rats. Okay.
402-951-1620 is the hotline presented by Prairie Flower Casino. John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com. Into the Equitable Bank Zone inbox at Equitable. We take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring.
Awesome.
And to the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC1620. Josh, yesterday here on the show, I presented a scenario that you kind of turned your nose up at.
Uh-oh.
But I got to thinking about it today. And it is possible that this scenario that I spelled out yesterday could actually play out this year, and it's not that far-fetched.
Scenario.
So we know that Matt Rule wants to keep he is not going to be doing any moving of any kind until the regular season is over, right?
Are you putting that on the list?
I mean,
get the tomatoes.
I would be stunned.
I
right?
would too.
As a person who doesn't want to create distraction, he's not going to do anything until the regular season is over. He wants to limit that focus or narrow that focus to just the season. But when the regular season ends and you're Penn State or any program hiring a coach, you're going to want to start putting the pieces together pretty quickly. Right, you're going to want by early December, second week of December, about the same time. Well, actually, Rule got hired, and he was different because he wasn't coming from an existing job, but
he was black. He was the day after Nebraska.
Penn State, a Florida, Virginia Tech, all these schools, they're going to want somebody in place well before the January transfer portal,
correct,
and signing day. Josh,
John,
what if Nebraska does what has since been described as the unthinkable? What if they go 10-2? Which is plausible. What if they go 10-2?
What if they go 11-1? Or do you want 10-2 because it's then they're on the border of?
Yeah, I would say 10-2, but I would even say 11-1 because right now the odds of they still wouldn't play for the conference title, assuming that Ohio State and Indiana win out.
Correct.
Those guys are undefeated. They're untouchable. Nebraska could go 11-1. They're still not going to Indianapolis.
11-1, you're making the playoff.
So you're making the playoff. But even if they're 10-2, obviously you're in the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're Penn State and Pat Kraft, you're like, tick, 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 tick. We need a coach.
Sure. What do you ask?
Meanwhile, let's for the purpose of the argument, it's 10-2.
Okay.
And you know what's going to happen because even if Nebraska doesn't beat a ranked team, not that beating a ranked team is necessarily a matter.
And real quick, are you saying a team that is ranked in the college football playoff final top 25 or a team that is ranked in the moment?
Either one.
Okay.
Either one.
Okay.
You know there's going to be a lot of arguing going on because there are going to be lots of SEC schools similar to Alabama last year.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of debating. And, you know, Nebraska fans, man, this is a debate they've been wanting to get into for the longest time.
We're good. We belong. We belong.
But could you imagine Nebraska being in that conversation of we belong, we should be in the playoff, but other folks are saying, yeah, you got no quality wins. You don't belong in there yesterday. And, oh, by the way, your coach might be 1 foot out the door because Penn State needs to move. Everyone needs to move.
Yeah.
That is the doomsday celebration scenario.
It's
because you're celebrating. You're like, we're going to be in the playoff or we're back.
And your coach might get
our
stolen.
coach might get stolen right in the smack dab middle of the process, and it's not a far-fetched idea.
Put it on the long-term list, but at some point in time, a team will make the playoff, or they will be projected to make the playoff because they will not make a conference championship game, but everyone will assume that they're going to make it, and the coach will leave. Or at the very least, the coach will announce that they are leaving once the season comes to an end, whether that's a bowl game or whether that's a playoff
and
that's going to happen.
So you spell out basically what was the Scott Frost scenario when he left
but
UCF.
now with a playoff attached to it.
But you've got a playoff now.
Which could be, in theory, it would be for Nebraska, but it could be up to 4 games.
And there's a transfer portal thing that you're dealing with.
Yes.
That wasn't in place when Frost did this. So if a similar thing, because as we all remember, Frost was allowed to coach the bowl game for UCF while he was still acting as head coach. I don't see that as happening because of a move inside the conference. It's a little more tricky, even though Penn State's not currently playing or wouldn't be currently playing. I can't imagine that a guy who was leaving your school, going to another conference school, that they would want that distraction. And heck, maybe Matt Rule wouldn't even want that.
So you're saying that would
distraction.
actually work in Nebraska's favor because this is an open job inside the league?
No, it would work against Nebraska because they wouldn't get to. Rule wouldn't finish the job. Somebody else would be coaching the team.
Oh, so you're saying you don't think the old school Frost scenario?
I don't
would happen?
think so.
You're
because
right.
it's a move inside the conference,
and because
the timetable's different because there's a transfer portal.
You have to start locking up your roster immediately. Like I thought, and you thought that Frost staying, like as cool as it was, like it did hurt the team.
Sure.
You need to start working on next year's roster as soon as possible. You could say that it's that times X, times 10 now
especially when you're taking over a new program and they're going to be replacing a lot of dudes at Penn State.
Again,
no matter what.
We've said it a few times this week. I just don't know if we all have a true understanding of how crazy this season could be the more they win. Like John just sent in an email. He says 10-2. What if they go 7-5? 7-5 is this other doomsday because then all the blame is going to be put on the job search and how it provided this unnecessary drama and rumor mill that affected the team in a negative way. Like, John, there's not a win-win here. And here's the other thing. The more they win, the more that people are going to think that he's leaving, barring an announcement of a contract extension or something like that, right? Mm-hmm. And you could get to the end of the year, and even if Rule decides to stay, people are going to look back and say, man, I wish I would have appreciated the year more in the moment, but I was so stressed about my head coach leaving the entire time. So this is going to end up being one of the odder regular seasons that I think we have covered Either way, either if they are 7-5 fall in their face, or 12 or 11-1, 10-2, and they have a great finish to the regular season.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong about the fan experience. We were on the morning show with Jack Mitchell today, the tailgate show on KLIN, and Kevin Suits, the sports director at Channel 10, who joins us, he basically went on a rant today about that subject.
Suits did?
About the fact that, we finally have, or at least it looks like we finally have a season that's going to be really exciting. It's an exciting team to watch.
Yep.
And
it's all going to be about this
And
stuff.
you can't enjoy it as a fan because of the stress of not knowing what's going to happen in the future, not knowing what's going to happen with Matt Rule. And
it would be so Nebraska to finally have that year that everyone's
Sure.
been waiting for. And it comes with this cloud hanging over it the entire time of will he, won't he? Like
Right.
The best part right now for Indiana is they don't have to worry about that anymore. They're
Nope.
done. They're focused on the
It's
season.
over.
Enjoy the race. Try to get to the playoff. Try to win a national championship. Barring that happening for Nebraska, and you and I are in agreement, it is not going to, at least not in the next couple of weeks. It's going to be this way for the final 6 games.
Yeah.
Final 6 games.
402-951-1620. When we come back, we're moving some things around today. Don't forget Creighton basketball tonight on 1620 The Zone and 101.9 The Keg. 6 o'clock after us will be Austin Jacobson and Blue Jay Shoot-Around. I'll be on the air from the arena at 7. Tip-off is at 7:30 against Iowa State. And then, of course, Big Red Overreaction on the same radio stations. It's another zone takeover of 101.9.
Might as well just give us the station.
Sure.
It would sound cooler.
Yeah.
It would sound better.
Yeah.
We love sports talk. See, even he agrees with us now. Like, we've gotten him sports talk.
Yep.
built.
It's all
Good
turning
job
in our
by us.
direction right now. So we will be back to Cross Drain with our keys to the game, our key party, and our betting trends next. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct live from Cross Drain in Papillion on 1620 The Zone. Cross Train in Papillion. We are just off Portal Road. So come on in and say hi. He's going to have both the football and the volleyball on for you tonight.
Let's go.
Just in case there's a little crossover action, or if you want to get here early and watch the volleyball first, then watch the football.
They just unlocked the doors. They turned on the open signs. We are ready to go.
Open for business. All right, because of our a little bit of our schedule change today, and like an idiot, I didn't put it up here on the screen ready to go, but it is time for some betting trends on Nebraska and Minnesota. This is the 65th meeting between these two programs. Gophers lead at 37-25-2. This is Nebraska's most played Big Ten rival dating back to 1900. And it's been a tale of two halves in this series. From the beginning of the series in 1900 to 1960, of Minnesota's 37 wins against Nebraska, 29 happened in that 60-year period.
Wow. And that, of course, is when Minnesota, I mean, you go to the stadium and there will be people that are there tonight. Look around. You see all the conference championships that they won, the national championships that they won, and they're all from that part of their history. And then what happened, John? This professional team arrived.
Professional team showed up in Minnesota, and things did change. Now, since 63, Nebraska has won 19 of its 25 series wins since that year. Now, Minnesota has taken back control, winning 5 straight. In fact, in winning 5 in a row and 8 of the last 11, Minnesota has 5 one-score wins, while only 1 of Nebraska's 3 wins in the last 11 was by a single score. If you go back to 1969, the Huskers have won 15 times against the Gophers. They have all come by an average of 34 points. That's even including the close ones.
Whoa. And you have the 83
and that's the 83 to 13. Yeah, that's 71-point win. But there was some 56-nothings in there, 49-nothings in there.
Because were they playing a lot like when you were a kid, when you were growing up?
They played a lot in the 60s and early 70s, and then
was 83 the last time they played? Until
83 ended a streak of about 12 years where they didn't play, and then they played again when Lou Holtz was head coach his first year, 84. And then they took some more time off. And I think 84 was the last non-conference Minnesota game until Nebraska joined the Big Ten.
Until 2011. And they have had some really strange games.
Yeah.
Some real, like, kind of memorable ones in there. You have, like, the time where Taylor Martinez had a messed up ankle. Amir Abdullah averaged, 8-9 yards a carry, and they didn't give him the ball a whole lot for some reason, and they lost that one. You had the loss that a lot of people think for Bo Pelini was the reason, that really kicked off the he's going to get fired conversation after the Wisconsin game in 2014. You have the oh no Bill Moose game, of course, in there as well. You have Scott Frost's first win as Nebraska's coach in there. And since then, though, you have a lot of all Minnesota wins, of course, including the hoodie game, the COVID game, and Matt Rule's first game as Nebraska's head coach.
According to K Ford, Nebraska's 27th in his power rankings with a 71% chance of winning. Minnesota is ranked 60th on K Ford. And Parker Fleming, Stats-O-War on Twitter, his computer says 31-21 Nebraska. All right, when you look at the point spread, I'm gonna zoom in because there's a little more text this week than there usually is. Nebraska's 7-point favorites. Total's 47.5. I just checked the lines. You can get some 7.5s out there. Right now, we'll ride with 7.
Okay.
Nebraska's 2-4 this season against the spread. The spread differential is plus 26.5.
That's
of
crazy.
Course, those come from the 2 blowouts against the non-Power 4, because against the Power 4, Nebraska's 0-4 against the number.
That's interesting because obviously part of this is where you got the Michigan State number, depending on where you got it that week. But the closing line was that Nebraska did not cover in that game.
Minnesota is only 1-4-1 against the spread with a spread differential of minus 12. Now, in the series, since joining the Big Ten, Nebraska's 7-6 against the spread. The total split 6-6-1, all in the last 13 meetings since 2011, since Nebraska joined the Big Ten. The Huskers are a road favorite for just the 7th time since 2021, but it's the second game in a row. If you narrow it down a bit further, this is the 10th time since 2006 that Nebraska is a road favorite of 7 or more points in the month of October. And the reason why I isolate October is that's conference season, right? No non-conference games typically in the month of October. In those games, Nebraska's 8-2 against the spread, or 8-2 straight up.
Yeah. 6-4
and
though.
6-4 against the number.
Yeah, interesting.
Though they have failed to cover the last 3 times in this spot, including last week.
Yeah.
Against Maryland. The Gophers are home dogs by 7 or greater for just the 10th time since 2015. In those games, they are 3-7 straight up, but they do cover going 6-3-1. They have covered 3 of the last 4 in this spot, including last year's narrow escape by Penn State.
We were here. I remember watching the end of that game sitting at this table.
26-25, and the outright upset of USC when the Gophers were 8.5-point underdogs.
Terrible loss. By the way, just correcting something from the first part of this segment, Sean points out we actually played Minnesota non-conference one more time before the Big Ten in 89 and in 19.
Oh, yes. Okay,
90.
yes. Jerry Godowski did play against the Gophers. Here's some historical factoids about how the line has been this week.
Yeah.
And this is going back to 2020. In games where the away team is favored between 6 and 8 points, the team, like Nebraska's, won 63% of the time. The underdog Minnesota, that team has won 37% of the time. The team, like Minnesota, did better against the spread, covering 51% of the time. I included this factoid as well, Josh, because this line has moved a lot. Since the start of 2022, there have been 134 games where the closing line favored the initial favorite by 2.5 points more than the opening line. Remember, the opening line was 4.5.
Mm-hmm.
It moved up. Now it's since moved down. In situations like that, Nebraska, the team like Nebraska, has covered 53% of the time.
Okay.
So there is some betting trends. Now it's time for...
We have the best time at your party. Thank you very much.
I'm going first this week. We begin with don't. John, we discussed...
Got him.
No offense, Craig and Lincoln. Don't think this is offense to you. We discussed some yesterday's show. Purdue, they left a lot of points on the field last Saturday. 5 red zone trips, 13 total points. They had an interception on the first drive of the second quarter, and then in the final quarter of the game, as they marched all the way down, they had a drive end on downs. They very much outgained Minnesota over the course of the entire game, especially on the ground. How about this? They picked up 55% of their available yards. So you think, like, you start at your own 20, you have 80 yards available for you. So they picked up 55 to just 35% of the available yards for Minnesota. So again, they're moving the ball. They're stopping Minnesota. But because they did not finish, because of the turnovers, they lost, including a game-ending pick 6, by the way, that they had in their own territory right after Minnesota had tied it at 20-all. Now look at Nebraska last week. They turned the ball over 3 times. We're actually watching the end of the Maryland game right now. But they went 5 of 5 in the red zone. They picked up 65% of their available yards. By the way, the red zone breakdown, 3 touchdowns and a couple of field goals. And now, John, over the last 2 games, Nebraska 8 for 8 when getting into the red zone, 5 touchdowns and 3 field goals. So don't play it like Purdue did. Finish the job when you get deep in their own territory. Key number 2, do you remember when Brad Sham said, "Move over, Sweetness, make a place for Emmett"? That was when he broke his all-time rushing yards.
I do
so
remember
I
that,
say,
yes.
move over, Divine, make a way for EJ. And you're saying, what on earth is this?
Does this mean Nebraska's going to have a really crappy pass defense?
No, it means that he is going to break 1,000 yards this year.
Oh, I thought this was a Cowboys analogy.
No, and I just wanted to use that as a fun phrase, John. Emmett Johnson, 8th best in the country right now in running yards per game. His best quarter right now in terms of yards per carry, I didn't realize this until I was looking at it last night, is the 4th. He's averaging 8.5 yards per carry in the 4th. Now, he only has 12 carries, and, of course, some of this is going to be bumped up by what he did on that 50-yard run last week. But still, he's been fresh in this quarter. Maybe this is a type of game where you lean on him in the 4th quarter. And along those lines, Minnesota's defense, 58 missed tackles over the course of the last 4 games. So they're not getting guys to the ground early. So potentially another nice day on the ground for Emmett Johnson. Meanwhile, key number 3, don't let him. Minnesota's rushing game flat out stinks this season. We've talked about it a lot over the last couple of days. 101st in the country in rushing success rate. They are at 37.9% of their carries are successful. In terms of EPA per carry, they are near the very bottom of the barrel, 125th. Nebraska's defense, though, in those stats, John, not much better, 125 and 107. That said, I do think that Nebraska, we saw a better rush defense last week versus Maryland. Carry that over into tonight. Darius Taylor banged up the season. We talked about it with Mike Grimm yesterday. He's only averaging 3.7 yards per carry this season, just 205 yards on the ground, but 141 of them came in the opener. Grimm told us that he's healthy. Still didn't really see an explosive guy. He did have some nice catches out of the backfield last week, but at least in terms of running the ball, did not do very well. Key number 4, INT time. Talking about interceptions for Nebraska's pass defense. Michael Severe had some good tweets yesterday about Drake Lindsey, writing, he's got nice touch on his screen and 10-yard passes, but underthrows for some reason, doesn't put a ton of zip on the balls downfield, allowing for defenders to make plays on him. He also tends to overthrow deep balls. I watched back the entire game last week against Purdue. Dude, he floats some of those. And I think that Nebraska, especially the safeties, if they're reading it properly, they could get a takeaway or two.
What did he do to the ball?
Float it. It was like the Sandlot. Oh, that's what I should name.
No, that's not. No, this is the wrong movie.
Oh, what were you?
No. You had the right quote. You had the wrong movie.
Oh, not the Sandlot. Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, don't insult the Sandlot like that.
Float it. I should have named this one Float It. Get some interceptions. I think they're going to have a chance versus the freshmen. And finally, the battle of the punters.
Oh, boy, this sounds like exciting television.
Big Ten West can't leave my blood, John. In all seriousness, this is more of a field position discussion, but Tom Weston bombing the crap out of the ball right now. 8 of his 26 punts have gone inside of the opponent's 20-yard line. He's averaging almost 46 yards per punt. His long is, quote-unquote, only 59 yards. So this isn't like buoyed by like a random 80-yarder that just kept rolling and rolling.
They keep rolling.
Just 2 touchbacks, by the way, on the 26 punts. His net is 40-plus yards on average in each of the last 3 games. Archie Wilson, he's been fine, right? Like, I think he's been solid. 5 of his 13 punts have gone inside the 20. He's only averaging 37.2 yards per. None have gone in the end zone, though. His net, though, right now, has only been above 36.8 yards in 1 game, and that was against Michigan. So this is a team, Nebraska, that is really winning the field position battle. They're winning the net field position battle. Like, this is one of those spots that I'm going to be keeping my eye on tonight because I think Minnesota might have an edge because of their punter. So finish. Run the ball well again with Emmett. Shut down their run game. Don't let them get going. I think it's time for some interceptions, and let's see what happens with field position.
My keys begin with careful your play calling. There's going to be a temptation there to feed a motivated Emmett Johnson, but you got to have the feeling, too, that Minnesota knows this. PJ Fleck certainly would know this as the coach who didn't recruit Emmett Johnson, so they may be keying on him as their path because their path does include stopping the run. I'm not saying don't go to Emmett, but don't force it there unless the run is working like it was against Maryland and then feed the beast. Also, I don't think tonight is necessarily a night where you have to get chancy in the passing game.
Oliver?
Last week Nebraska did take some more downfield shots, but I liked the idea of getting the ball out quick, using the screen game. We haven't seen really any smoke screens much this year. Still would love to see a jet sweep with Barney. But yes. And my new favorite idea for Dylan, roll the pocket.
Oh, yeah.
Get him out on the roll. He is great throwing on the run. He had that touchdown to Dane Key earlier this season, had 2 great throws to his tight end. And the reason why I want to see more quick game is just that was one of the reasons why Nebraska didn't give up a lot of sacks to Maryland last week, because it saved Dylan from having to sit back there and wait, an extra second or 2, keeps him off of his back. So just careful your play calling tonight. Shut down on first down. Minnesota is not great at anything on offense, but one thing they have been able to do adequately is have success on early downs. They're 47th in the country. Now, Nebraska, if they can continue their success on its early downs defensively, they're 45th. Minnesota's in a spot where they're even more predictable than they already are, given their struggles in the run game And guess where that leads? Right into the teeth of Nebraska's A++ secondary.
Yeah.
Even though Nebraska's got an edge in third and fourth down success rate in this matchup, making Minnesota have to throw on third and long is a great recipe for Nebraska to create some havoc plays where Minnesota, and going back to your float it, Minnesota's only 83rd in the country in preventing havoc. Key number 3 is be there for 4, as in fourth quarter. In Minnesota's 2 wins versus Power 4 competition, they rallied to beat both Rutgers and Purdue in the final quarter. Turnovers, as Josh said, killed Purdue as they left a ton of points on the board in the first 3 quarters that could have salted away the game. Obviously, avoiding turnovers is always key for Nebraska, but if they're going to survive another -3, I doubt that's going to happen. A -3 on the road in the turnover margin is not sustainable. So I think you got to start fast in both halves. Both halves. And the middle 8, the last 2 games, has been awful. The middle 8, the last 4 of the first half, first 4 of the second half, not good at all.
Terrible.
And that's a spot where if that trend continues, Minnesota can either take command in this game or get back into the game with another bad middle 8. So if you could take a 2-score lead into the final 15 minutes with Emmett and the ground game, it can go a long way to keeping Minnesota at arm's length. Dillon's numbers in the fourth quarter in the Power 4 games, 36 of 46, 335, 4 touchdowns. And in the fourth quarter, 5 touchdown drives, 3 field goal drives against the Power 4.
Yeah.
So be there for 4. And then the final key, I'm calling this one the Bambino of the Big Red. As you remember from the Sandlot, the great Bambino, the Sultan of SWAT, the Colossus of Cloud.
That wimpy deer?
Nope.
Oh.
Babe Ruth. The last 2 games, Mike Eckler has been like Babe Ruth. He's called his shot on special teams.
He has.
Against Michigan State, it was the punt block. Last week, big kickoff return. So what's it going to be against Minnesota? Now, there is a problem. Minnesota doesn't really have an issue in the return game. They cover kicks well. They're not great at returns, but they're pretty good in coverage defense. Their punter, Tom Weston, as you mentioned, pretty good.
Yeah.
And the coverage units are good. They don't have an issue with short kickoffs, which was the key last week to the long kickoff return. They've got a 90% touchback rate, does Minnesota. So, could tonight be Kunanen making more field goals than Brady Denneberg? I mean, you want touchdowns. You don't want threes.
I agree.
So maybe the answer tonight is Archie Wilson. Remember all that preseason talk about how Archie can roll left, Archie can roll right, and that can lead to a fake punt. Could that be the special teams gem here? Or any kind of trickeration on special teams? Or maybe it could be just as simple as this. Archie looks like Archie again when it comes to punting. All I know is this. The Babe Ruth of Husker coaching has something up his sleeve.
Look at that. You made fun of me for doing punters, and now you did the same thing.
Well, it was part of just an overarching thing on
We're
special
the same
teams.
guy. We're the same guy. You made fun of me, and we're the same guy.
No, I didn't make fun of you. I just said that would make for some exciting football if it came down to a battle of punters.
Well, you never know, man. You never know.
All right, when we come back, we're going to do a preview of the NFL this weekend.
Ooh.
We've got a preview of the big slate in college football. Before we get to Kent's Movie Club, it's all right here, live from Cross Drain in Papillion. We are just off Portal Road. Come on by and say hi. They are now open for business.
Oh, yeah.
Home of Cornhusker Crusher, the official craft beer of Nebraska football. On 1620 The Zone.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here for KRT Athletic Muscle Cream. You know, I just saw one of my running friends stop by, and I know that he has also sadly dealt with things that I have, because when you're out there getting those miles in, sometimes you're going to go through some bumps and bruises. Well, KRT Athletic Muscle Cream can help you out a ton, and it is designed to help, in particular with things like strains, with cramp pain, back pain, muscle fatigue. I've told the story countless times over the last handful of months, dealing with some big-time hamstring issues at the start of the year. At that point in time, KRT Athletic Muscle Cream was not in my life. I wish it had been, because once I started using it over the summer, things changed completely, and now it's an issue that I don't even have when I run anymore. Visit the website today, krtrelief.com, and you can find free shipping on orders over $15. Not to mention, you can get 10% off of your orders right now as well. Whether it is before that workout, preparing your body, whether it is after the workout so you recover faster, or maybe you're dealing with that type of pain all the time, KRT Athletic Muscle Cream is going to help you out a lot. Again, krtrelief.com. Take advantage of those deals. Free shipping on orders over $15 and 10% off the order today. krtrelief.com.
Welcome back to Cross Strain. Place starting to fill up.
Oh, yeah.
Good folks here. You know, that's the nice thing about Cross Strain is, yeah, they serve beer. You would think, oh, it's not very kid friendly. No, that is completely wrong. I mean, we got some kids here. They're doing some coloring while the folks enjoy some of the great craft beer. And yes, they do have non-alcoholic and soft drinks here as well. And usually there's a food truck roundabout here, and you can still bring your own food in here, right? Right?
Yes.
Yes.
I think so.
I think you.
They have in the past. Yeah. Because they don't serve food here. Yeah.
Folks are all panicking, going,
Wait a second.
we can't bring our own food in here. I'm bringing food. I'm smuggling food. What's going on?
Oh, it says the Nebraska beer scene is rad. I wore it specifically because we're here. And then, no, I got it from a Triple B screen printing.
Yeah.
Got that shirt. And then I got my cross-train shirt on today as well.
Yeah.
So got it on for the One Beer Friday, baby.
Hey, let's take a quick look around the NFL. Week 7 coming up Sunday morning.
Oh.
No Puka.
Is that official now?
Yes, it is official. Puka is out. Another and it comes at kind of an inconvenient time, given that the Jaguars have one of the better secondaries. They forced 11 interceptions so far this year. So how the Rams are going to handle that. And we saw last week, I think the Broncos were jet-lagged AF. I mean, they looked slow and flat.
And your team has another time zone.
And now the Rams have stayed on the East Coast this week. So that part of the journey is taken care of.
Were you practicing where Baltimore, the Orioles play, right?
It was Oriole Park at Ramden Yards.
Nice, John. How about a couple stats for you with this one? So your guy, do you know about the stat with Byron Young? He has 8 games in a row with at least half a sack. This is the longest active streak in the NFL. Longest streak by a Ram.
BY, baby, BY.
Since sacks became official in 82. And it comes at a great time because Trevor Lawrence was sacked a career high 7 times against Seattle last week, which is the most that Jacksonville has allowed in a game over the past 10 seasons. Rams 19 sacks this year, which is tied for 4th most. So this, dude, all of these games overseas, you wake up, you know, sometimes I feel like I always turn it on and like 3 minutes have gone by, right? 12 minutes to go in the first half. And it's always just like ugly, low-scoring sacks. The field never looks like it's good. So I think that this is one of those spots that I think your team is able to take advantage. Like, it's an interesting spot for the Jaguars to find themselves in because they had the real nice win over Kansas City. Last week, I liked Seattle going into that one. They pretty much dominated that game, and now they got to go overseas and play another playoff contender. So, they have done such a good job, and we'll probably talk about the Colts in a couple minutes, of like having a good record, but the Texans are in their rearview mirror, and the Colts in a way are kind of pulling away. It's like they got to keep pace, and a win here is really important. And you can say the same thing about your team in that division and how good everybody is. Right now.
Let's talk about the Colts because they take on the Chargers, and these are 2 division leaders. The Colts lead the league in EPA per play.
Yeah.
Daniel Jones is 10th in the league in quarterback play, 10th in the league, Daniel Jones.
So that means 9 players ahead of him.
Well, one of those is Justin Herbert, but they're both playing well this season. It feels it's definitely more must-win for the Chargers because here comes Kansas City,
and
here's Denver.
It'd be the third.
And it would be their 3rd loss. So
for sure, I agree.
Yeah, this one's a really interesting game.
Well, and how about this, too? I was looking again at the Wednesday. So the Colts wins have come over the Dolphins, the Broncos, and that was a very strange game, as Nick DMs us the tingle. The Titans, the Raiders, and the Cardinals, who had a backup quarterback in a close game last week. Chargers, not much better, but they do have the Chiefs win. Raiders, Broncos, and Dolphins. They've had an off week. The Colts have not had an off week at this point in time, right? Or maybe they're 4-2.
Yeah.
Either way, like I think that this is a game where I think the winner, you can really feel good about the winner. If whoever loses, I don't know how I will feel about that team on Monday morning. And I've been trying to doubt the Colts all year. I do want to start seeing them beat good teams, because again, both of them share a lot of wins over bad teams right now. So this is a really interesting one because, I mean, at a certain point, I will have to give up on my Daniel Jones take. I don't want to, though. So I'm going to hold out as long as I can.
Sunday night, Falcons versus Frisco. 49ers are a 3-point favorite. I have not heard any news on Brock Purdy.
Neither have I.
So I don't know if he is playing or not, but the Falcons finally have gotten some pass rush. They're 4th in pressure rate. They're 11th in sacks. 49er offensive line has been they're 12th in pass blocking grade, 10th in pressure rate. So pretty intriguing battle. And if it is Mac Jones, that puts more pressure still on a guy who's played well, admittedly, in a backup role. And, of course, if it's Brock Purdy, they're going to want to keep him upright because he has been banged up all season long.
Yeah, I mean, both of those guys, whoever it is that is going to play. Falcons, such a Jekyll and Hyde team.
Yeah.
Man. Like, I was really impressed watching them against Buffalo. I mean, they really controlled pretty much that entire game, but they also have that 30-0 loss to the Panthers. And I know that there's home Panthers versus road Panthers right now, and we'll see if that holds true, because if they lose to the Jets, that'd be a pretty terrible loss for Carolina. But I don't really know what to make of the Falcons. I liked them coming into the year. I liked them to win the division. If that is going to be the case because of the Monday night game with Tampa and Detroit, like, this is a spot you have to get a victory. Meanwhile, because of the other teams in the NFC West, the 49ers, like, they can't drop another one, and suddenly you have lost 2 in a row. Suddenly you're down to 3 losses. You know, I still like them, but they are – look, I don't think they're a real contender to win the Super Bowl anymore because they're too injured. But this is a loss you cannot have if you're going to still win your division at the end of the year.
Do you have any other games you wanted to look at?
Yeah, well, I wanted to talk about the Eagles-Vikings game.
Okay.
Because the Eagles rushing attack 25th in yards per game, Vikings 24th in success rate against the run. So you figure that this could be an opportunity for one of those teams to leave this game feeling pretty good. Like, I don't know if there is a team in a way that has become more talked about than the Eagles. Like, they're a perfect lightning rod team because either you love them or you really do hate them. A lot of that is attached to the city and the fan base that's there as well. But also, like, they win games, but they don't do it in very attractive fashion. Meanwhile, the Vikings, they have come off of the 1-1 overseas road trip, and so they're hosting them. The Eagles are a short road favorite, but like what's going to happen in this game and who's going to be at quarterback in this game for the Vikings still doesn't seem like it's going to be J.J. McCarthy. At least that's not what it seems like at this point in time.
And we don't do the fantasy segment anymore.
Thank
but I have
God.
I have to believe that there are a lot of Saquon Barkley owners
Oh
who
my
are
gosh.
absolutely incensed
Yes.
at what has happened to him this season.
Especially auction leagues where you had to spend a buttload of money to get him.
His EPA is 45th in the league.
And look, it's not just
for
the
a guy
offensive
who's
line.
supposed to be a big play guy and a focal point of that offense.
Look, they have problems everywhere. The play caller is a problem. The quarterback's a problem. The play design is a problem. The offensive line is a problem. I don't think he looks the same way, though, as he did last year. I'll give you one more thing, too. Bucs-Lions. How about this? Tampa.
Yeah, I was going to hold that for Monday, but if you want to throw it,
I'll throw you a stat. Tampa Bay, they have used motion at the snap. They used it 62% of the time in Week 6, which was the second highest rate. Meanwhile, the Lions, their EPA against motion is 4th best in the league. So this is a real interesting good on good. And the Lions, you love your betting trends, 11-0 ATS in their last 11 games after a loss. So keep an eye on that one. They're not heavy favorites. It's 5.5, but that's a large number against a Bucs team that's, of course, playing some really good football.
Coming up next, we'll take a look at the college games for tomorrow and some really, really good games. A couple of ranked-on-ranked matchups. Once again, of course, the SEC saves the day.
Oh, you stop it.
And Kent's Movie Club is coming up.
By the way, thanks to a couple commenters, Wentz announced a starter as of today, so it will still not be J.J.
Okay.
McCarthy. That guy needs reps. He's starting to worry if he's going to have like a Trey Lance type career where he just never gets an opportunity to get more opportunities. And suddenly you're like, all right, well, whatever happened to that guy's career?
We are live at Cross Train in I keep wanting to say La Vista. It's Papillion because you literally cross a little sign that says, welcome to Papillion.
You should just go hop back and forth.
Yeah. We're in Butterfly Town for Cross Train here off Portal Road. Come by and say hi. They're open. They're going to have both football and volleyball on their TVs tonight. So you don't have to deal with that annoying BTN Plus thing. You know, the subscription that costs $150 a month.
More than HBO.
So that you can listen to college kids do games. I mean, you can do that for free.
That's true.
Just listen on 90.3 in Lincoln.
KRNU, baby.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
No, we love college.
But you're not going to pay $150.
Yes, there you go. Yeah.
Back to Cross Train after this on 1620 The Zone. Back here at Cross Strain, the official sponsor of One Beer Friday, and makers of Cornhusker Crusher, the official craft beer of the Huskers.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Husker fans are already showing up because they want their spot so they can watch the volleyball at 6 and the football at 7.
And if you're unable to hang out here, you can get a lot of stuff to go.
Yes,
I've seen a few people do that already today.
They got plenty of Crusher here, and even if you can't make it to Portal Road, they are now selling Cornhusker Crusher all across the metro at various wine and beer stores, the grocery stores, most of them. So be on the lookout for Cornhusker Crusher. We found out today they are the number 1 craft beer sold in Memorial Stadium. It is the GOAT, and it has been going up in sales every single week.
Word of mouth. It's like a good movie, John, which we'll be doing in our next segment. It's like a good movie where the word of mouth is spreading.
They're even outselling by a 7-1 margin beers that come with a silver bullet and those that are less filling and or taste great.
Wow, but they don't taste as great as this stuff.
Nope.
That's what they should change their slogan to.
Ranked on ranked, we got them this weekend. LSU at Vanderbilt.
Hello.
This is, I know it sounds silly, but it's like a playoff eliminator right now.
It very much is.
You got a couple of one-loss teams. A second loss makes it more difficult, and with the schedule both these teams have left, it would be almost impossible to get into the playoff. LSU needs to find a running game. Garrett Nussmeier throws the ball on 59% of their plays. That's the 13th highest rate in the nation because LSU can't block the run. 5th worst PFF run blocking score and the 6th worst PFF run blocking grade. Meanwhile, Vandy's got a pretty average run defense, so it's susceptible against the run. We saw it against Alabama a couple of weeks ago. So they need to take a little pressure off their quarterback, try to run the football a little bit in this game.
Yeah, it's really wild to see LSU, which has been such a good offense with a bad defense over the last handful of years, essentially flip the script. They've allowed more than 10 points just one time this year. Vandy, defense not really that good, but their offense second in the country in terms of success rate. Diego Pavia, we talk about him all the time. In my opinion, it's like I think you're right to bring up the LSU offense, but I think what their defense is able or not able to do is going to be the thing that tells the story because I just don't think they're going to have a whole lot of success on the offensive side of the ball. And, dude, if LSU takes a second loss on October 18th, essentially the midpoint of the year, like, yikes. It's going to be really tough. I don't think they're going to make the playoff, and you wonder after 4 years how that fan base is feeling about Brian Kelly. Could his agent start putting his name into the hat for, hey, I've coached in the North before, Penn State. I'd love to come back. I'd love to coach you, Penn State.
There were a couple of teams this year that kind of had playoff or bust attached to their name. One has already been busted, Penn State, and the other one is LSU.
Absolutely. I could not agree with you more.
The Huskies and the Wolverines, this line continues to slip. I saw it at 4 this morning, and Michigan's going to have a challenge because they're taking on one of the most electric young quarterbacks in the game in Damon Williams. His 89.5 PFF grade is 7th among all quarterbacks in the nation. He's got the 3rd best completion rate, 7 big-time throws, no turnover-worthy plays through 6 games. Oh, and he can run too, 473 rushing yards. Meanwhile, Michigan, 5th best run defense this year in college football. But remember, they had issues with the last time they faced a good running quarterback when they faced a healthy John Mateer. And Mateer was the only running game Oklahoma had that night in Norman. This is going to be a really, really interesting matchup. And by the way, there's a chance Justin Haynes may not play in this game. The top runner in the conference and obviously a guy who's, good for popping at least one big run a game. Man, upset alert in Big House Saturday.
We have been talking a lot about, hey, if Nebraska wins this game and this game and this game, suddenly they're in the playoff mix. I don't know why Washington's not ranked yet. Their only losses to Ohio State.
I agree.
I thought that they held up fairly well as a team can against Ohio State right now, right? I'm surprised that they're not ranked. They win this game, they're going to be in the top 25 because they're just outside of it right now. And with the schedule they have moving forward, like a very real team to talk about on that outskirt playoff view and maybe if some things fall their way. I'm with you, man. Damon Williams has been awesome, really fun to watch. And what's Michigan doing licking the wounds right now after that? They didn't lose. They got out physical. They got outplayed last week versus USC.
Top 10 matchup. Ole Miss goes to Georgia. Rematch of last year's 28-10 loss by the Bulldogs. when Georgia was the number 3 ranked team and Ole Miss was number 16. The key to this game, what crazy, stupid, dumb SEC refereeing call is going to help the Bulldogs this week? I got screwed out of my upset special because Auburn had the touchdown, dagnabbit, and they got it taken away. They got stolen away. They got kicked in the face with a hobnail boot.
Nice reference. Plus, they're just allowing Georgia to get 8 timeouts.
We just crushed their face.
Here's what I'm wondering about. So Georgia's their first half versus second half has been so different, and we saw it last week versus Auburn. Horrible start, but then they really do a good job at locking down in the second half. Trinidad Chambliss, this is his first road start. So what does that look like? Plus, they're coming off of, I don't know how much of the game you watched last week. They looked bad against Washington State, man. Like they were playing with their food. How much of it was a look-ahead spot? How much of it was they are way overrated? We talked about this game with Todd Furman yesterday. He said that he likes Georgia. By the way, the Bulldogs, 117th in sack rate. So can Chambliss remain unpressured? Like, I don't know, man. I just got a feeling that I'm going to be looking up at this game, and it's like, they sacked Chambliss again. That's the third of the first half, and it's just like, all right, well, congrats to Georgia. They're going to get a win, and everyone will be sad at Ole Miss.
Georgia's been fairly, I mean, Georgia might as well move to the Big Ten.
Oh.
Old Big Ten.
Did you see Kirby Smart wants the playoff to expand, so he does sound like a Big Ten guy.
Because what they do is they play really good on defense. They stay on schedule with their run. They don't take a lot of chances. Gunnar Stockton, 77th among qualified passers in PFF passing grade on balls thrown at least 10 yards in the air. And his depth of target is the 12th lowest mark among qualified passers. So they don't take a lot of shots downfield. It's 3 yards and a cloud of dust.
Yeah. Put up a ton of points in the win over Tennessee back in September.
Oh, look at this. Another ranked versus ranked matchup in the Southeastern Conference.
Third Saturday in October.
This is the Alabama game. I mean, Alabama as in the band, because they both fight over Dixieland Delight.
They do. They also fight over who gets to light the cigars. One of the coolest traditions, in my opinion, in college football.
Wow,
is
endorsing smoking.
Well, it's
how very
fun.
unwoke of
It's
you.
fun, but John, it's fun, especially.
Think of all the lung cancer that's been caused by Alabama.
You're not supposed to inhale. You're not supposed to inhale cigars. Also, I think it's cool.
Still in there.
It's so fun when the home team wins because the whole stadium suddenly is just filled with smoke in the fourth quarter. This is such a cool tradition. Tennessee's defense, John, 78th in points allowed per drive. Meanwhile, on offense, they are number 12. That said, Bama, and the line on this game is big. Bama, they're winning these games. They're impressive in winning these games. But, man, the games are a little close, too close for comfort as someone who has backed the Tide a lot over the last few weeks in our predictions contest. So this is one where I wonder if Tennessee is going to be able to hang around. They have beaten Bama a couple times over the last few years. Now, both of those games were in Knoxville. This one is in Tuscaloosa.
You know how they're going to hang around? Their pass protection. They're great at protecting Joey Aguiar. And the Crimson Tide, we think of Alabama, all those great linemen, all those great linebackers, 114th on Pro Football Focus in pass rush grade. They're not great at getting after the quarterback. That is how Tennessee stays in the contest. USC, future Nebraska opponent. Notre Dame, classic rivalry. The rivalry that will never die. They will play this game long before this planet is even populated by human beings.
The sun will be hitting the earth, and they will still be playing this rivalry. It is one that will, of course, never die. CJ Carr, John, 11th this year in total in QBR. On third or seven or more. Notre Dame, second in the country, 44% conversion rate. Meanwhile, on the other side, Maava, first in total QBR. He is completing 72% of his passes, 15.1 yards per completion. We saw Notre Dame start off 0-2. We saw their defense struggle. Their defense has locked it down. Has their defense gotten better, or are they playing worse teams? Tomorrow night, we are going to find out the answer to that question. And USC is a little under the radar right now. They didn't look good against Illinois, but they came back. They took the lead late, and then they gave up a touchdown. This one, again, I look at the line, and I say, wow, that is a really big number because USC's offense, this is some classic Lincoln Riley-type stuff that we're seeing from the Trojans again.
With apologies to our dear departed friend Greg Sharp, Mekhi Lemon, the best receiver in college football. Nice. His 92.6 receiving grade on PFF, 2 points higher than the next nearest wideout, and he could have a mismatch because Notre Dame's going to probably put its best corner, Leonard Moore, who usually is the outside corner, on Jacoby Lane. Meanwhile, Notre Dame's had some injuries in the slot corner, and Mekhi Lemon takes 7 or almost 60% of his snaps in the slot. So that could be a mismatch for USC.
Speaking of injuries, Waymon Jordan hurt his ankle. He's out 4 to 6 weeks. He is the lead USC back. The backup, Eli Sanders, he's out for the season with a knee injury. So the third stringer, King Miller, who is a walk-on, will be the guy. He had 158 yards on 18 totes last week, 8.8 yards per carry against Michigan. You add up the total yards that he had coming into that game, and it doesn't even reach that number. He's averaging 10.7 yards per carry on the season. Now, a lot of that's because of some of the early season opponents that they played, but let's see now that he knows he's going to be the guy in this matchup again against a defense that gave up a lot of points in those first 2 games, how he's able to do.
This game is so hot, they should be playing it in the Mid-East, like the Middle East.
Whoa.
And it's a holy war.
Whoa.
Utah versus BYU.
Yeah, what's going to happen?
First time, by the way, in 16 years, both teams come into this game ranked.
Awesome. I hope that it's a color-on-color game in terms of uniforms. I always love that with the red versus the blue. We talked about Bachmeier yesterday. With Todd Furman. He's the freshman. He played with Fire last week. He went 12 for 29, had a couple of interceptions. That said, he made some plays late in the game. Utah's defense has been really good, as they usually are under Kyle Whittingham. 6th in completion rate allowed. Like, this is a game where I just feel like they're going to put that freshman into a blender. Plus, he has a goofy number, Bachmeier does. You're not allowed to win and play well with a goofy quarterback number like 40, whatever.
By the way, Utah, they've only allowed 3 sacks in 6 games against Devin Dampier. And BYU does not get after the quarterback very well.
Mm-hmm.
I know this game's at BYU, but that's why Utah is favored.
Last thing before we go to Kent. Winner of this one, I think, is going to be in the pole position to play Texas Tech in the Big 12 championship game. And Texas Tech, of course, already beat Utah in Salt Lake City earlier this year. But I think the winner of this game is going to have the leg up on that moving forward.
Coming up, we shift gears. Our dear friend Kent Wolgama is in the green room. When we come back, we will discuss this week's movie club selection, Hereditary.
Can you believe we're talking about this movie in a public place?
I still can't believe these dumb people. Just leave the stupid house.
Leave the
stupid house. That's all you had to do.
All you have to do. Find out
Mom's
why.
possessed. Bye, Mom. I'm leaving. See ya. 1620 The Zone.
Friday, the final day of the week. These are the voyages of the PreGrum Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new edifications, to boldly go where no radio program has gone before. Elkent's Movie Club. It's Elkent's Movie Club. Elkent's Movie Club. It's Elkent's Movie Club.
With Kent Wolgamott of the Movie Club.
Nice.
I got to get used to this.
I did too.
For 12 years, I've been introducing him as L. Kent Wolgamott of some other place where he used to work. But now
we own him. He's the Movie Club.
Oh, we own him?
Well, I mean, not
Nick.
own.
Jeez, no, Nick.
Come on,
1864 called. They want their takes back.
I can't.
Sorry.
Oh, where are you boys at? It looks like you fell inside a stained glass window or something.
It does. This is awesome. We were at Cross Strain Brewing in Papillion, where it's the home of the new Cornhusker Crusher beer, which is selling like hotcakes at Memorial Stadium, and they are the sponsor of One Beer Friday. So, yeah, they got a cool design here, and folks are already getting ready for volleyball and football tonight here.
I see. Well, excellent. I will be.
It is.
We'll be here.
I will be at the Lead Center for Performing Arts this evening whilst the game is going on. Yes.
Are you reviewing something or going as a fan?
I'm going to write, not a straight review, but I'm going to write some stuff about some Lead Center shows coming up. So I'm not writing something for like a paper, but yes. So I will be at a dance performance of Hamlet during the football game.
Okay.
With my lovely DVR or whatever you call them now, had better be working. That's my.
I was going to ask you, Kent. So tonight I've got to go over to CHI because Creighton's got an exhibition game. I'm going to miss the game live. I am attempting to go spoiler free so that when I get home and watch it on DVR, I have no idea what happened. Are you going to attempt to do the same thing?
Oh, absolutely. And it shouldn't be a problem.
Well, yeah, they don't have ribbon boards at the Lead Center flashing scores from around the country.
Exactly. As long as I don't look at my phone where there might be some kind of, who knows, somebody could text me or I could get a notification of some kind. But without that, I'll be fine.
Okay.
Good.
I love it. It's the John and Kent challenge.
Good luck.
Can we go spoiler free?
John told me earlier, he said if something weird happens, he was like lightning striking the field. So I'm trying to figure out what's the bar of weird to text John like, hey, be on the lookout for this in the third quarter.
The field just collapses like in Batman.
Like in The Dark Knight Rises.
Well, the idea behind this is because I want to listen to the baseball game on the way home. And and if something like really bizarre, like Matt Rule disappears in a puff of smoke or an alien lands
in the halftime interview, he's going to Penn State.
I don't want that. I don't want
wild.
the Brewer or the Dodger announcers to say, hey, did you see what happened in the Nebraska game? And I'd be like,
Oh, you're spoiling me.
The coach quit in the middle of the game.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll figure out
figure out what that is. All right. Well,
John is filibustering.
Or what if Hereditary broke out at Huntington Bank Stadium in Minneapolis? Would that be weird enough to be mentioned on a baseball game?
Absolutely.
I suppose so.
Nick, what's Hereditary about?
Transition.
It was legally a transition, yes. So how do we – this is a movie that I'm glad I went in blind to see. So what do we want to do for spoiler policy on this one?
Been out for 7 years.
Yeah. If you haven't seen it by now –
okay, well,
I feel like the people who wanted to see this beyond you saw it already.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, well, it's about a family.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're off to a good start.
I'm trying to figure out how to even describe this movie. I don't know where to begin.
I would say it's about a family that is very much on the surface troubled, cursed, something terrible keeps befalling them, especially the mom and all of the people in her life.
Yes.
I think she
That's
is
the idea of hereditary.
Yes,
yes.
Horrible stuff has happened to people, family members above her, siblings, and then something awful happens to one of her children near the beginning of this movie that just, John, you monster, sets off. You want to talk about a surprise in the movie theater when I saw that the first time. Holy crap.
It turns
we'll get
out,
to that in a second, but go ahead.
It turns out that all of these tragedies that are happening in this woman are very much intentional and
Correct.
happening on purpose for a very specific reason, that being to bring a demon from hell, one of the major hell demons.
As one does.
Yes, to this plane of
If a hell demon arrives at the stadium tonight, John, I will text you.
Please do.
Yes.
I would like to know,
I mean,
just in case, be ready.
That's pretty much Hereditary. The first, I like this movie a lot. I love weird movies.
I'm not shocked.
What I liked a lot about this movie is how it kind of uses a ghost as a red herring within a scary movie. Because when it first starts out, she sees her mom, who we start the movie, they're at her funeral, and she sees like the ghost of her mom. And you're like, okay, it's like a ghost movie. But it's very much not a ghost movie.
No.
And they kind of use that as a red herring, but also the demon thing might be a red herring too, because she does also mention that schizophrenia and things run in her family. So really the question is, did all of these things in this movie really happen, or is it all just schizophrenia on the mom's side of the family? And that's just kind of what they saw. And is that the hereditary part? It's a movie with a lot of layers, and I like how open to interpretation it can be if you want it to be. And I love movies that are very much like that. And at the end, I feel like it gets a little ham-fisted when they kind of explain exactly what's happening in that moment. But I think it worked well.
I mean, I don't mind that, because I mean, at some point you got to bring some level of explanation, because there's just a lot of weird stuff. And as I keep referencing, it's like, kid, when are you going to get smart enough to get out of the damn house? I mean, your mom's obviously crazy. And going back now to the scene where I started to chuckle, and you talk about a swerve. I thought no. Well, that too.
You're not supposed to swerve when you see a deer.
I thought that the troubled person was going to be the daughter,
because that's classic horror trope.
That's how they set it up. Too. They kind of made it seem.
She does this weird noise thing with her mouth.
She does that thing with the bird.
And let's face it,
foreshadowing.
Let's face it, she's kind of funny looking. She's kind of funny looking.
That's a 13-year-old girl.
It's a Fargo reference. She's kind of funny looking.
Nice reference,
but so
I don't know. He was funny looking,
but yeah. So she's got this nut allergy. The brother has to rush her to the hospital
because
they're driving down the road.
Yeah.
She's gasping for air. She opens the window. She sticks her head out the window. Meanwhile, there's a deer in the middle of the road. Car swerves. Pop goes the head right off the telephone pole. But the part where I started to go, okay, if I'm the husband, I'm having my wife committed. The wife is a miniaturist. She makes miniature models, right? She starts to make a miniature of the car being parked on the country road with the phone pole and her daughter's head laying in the middle of the road. I mean, if that's not a sure sign that this woman needs some serious psychiatric help, I don't know what is.
Okay, John, maybe it's a coping mechanism. It was a neutral view of the accident. That's what she said.
A neutral view of the accident. Why on God's green earth would you want to relive that? Oh, here's a miniature. Who the hell's going to buy it?
People cope with things in various ways, John. But while we are talking about that scene, jokes aside, I do like how that was handled. Because, I mean, how else would you react if you are responsible for your sister's head getting popped
I
off?
would hope that I wouldn't do that.
But like just being like stopped in the middle of the road,
the headless corpse.
No, it's not that. It's less that. It's more that he goes home and then he just doesn't tell anybody and he lays in bed and he waits for the scream.
I think the headless corpse in the car.
I think he was in shock though. That's the thing.
Well, of course he was.
I think that it was a very. I mean, I hope not, but I think it was a very real reaction that somebody would have in that situation. I think it's an almost understandable reaction.
All right,
I want to hear what Ken has to say.
Let's hear the master.
Okay, I had this in my best of the year the year it came out. I think this is really
Okay.
interesting. You can play it in multiple ways, like Nick was saying. Is this real? Is this all in her head? Right? Is it all metaphor, or is it, actual? Is it really about psychological destruction within a family? Right? And all the rest, and everything else is just the window dressing that gets you to look at that heredity, because there is plenty of evidence that mental illness is passed down from generation to generation. And it is extremely well made. And it starts with the cinematography and the whole, it keeps everything at I called it, when I wrote about it, an icy distance, right? There's not a lot of standard close-ups, and they don't play up the emotional part of it. There's an icy distance to the movie, which is what makes it creepy, right? Makes it, if you were really connected with these people, it would make it a little different, right? So you have that. Then you have every scene is deliberately shot and arranged, and that's where that dollhouse thing starts working.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, that was pretty cool.
You can't tell whether you're in the dollhouse or in reality, at least for a second or two. And it starts right at the very start of the movie when it shows the dollhouse, and then it becomes the kid's bedroom, right? And that's part of what the thing that you with the model of the accident, she's doing the same thing. That's what she did, right? That's how she captured whatever nuttiness is going on in her head, was she made it into her miniatures. My question about it, the biggest question I have with it, and I had it, this is like I don't know, I probably watched this 4 or 5 times, and it gets me every time. Why hadn't they looked in those boxes in the attic beforehand?
Right.
Yeah, that's fair.
Right.
To me is the big question in this movie. If you'd have looked at the boxes, who knows what would have happened, but it just seems to me so, like, I've had people in my family die, right? You look through that stuff. And they didn't look through the stuff that had the spells and the this and the that would explain
it might have worked better if they'd have discovered it, like it was buried somewhere, or it was because they live in kind of a wooded area where something.
I mean,
like that.
I guess the one way I could forgive that, Ken, or say, like, I understand it, is some people deal with grief by wanting to go through everything, and
Also,
then other people are just like, I don't want to go through any of that.
Also, there was, it was acknowledged in the beginning, there was a distance between the daughter and the mother.
Yeah, she says that at that. Oh my gosh, that scene, by the way, is incredible. Where she runs through this entire life history, and every time she stops to pause about anything, then it's like, oh, and then also I had this brother. Oh, and then also this happened, and also this happened.
Yes,
it's like, oh my god!
And every time she just kind of casually brings up something from her past, you're like, oh my god!
And you wonder how her. Oh, sorry, Ken.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. The other thing that's important about this movie is it's carried by, I would say, 3 really good performances, including the Academy Award snub of Toni Collette, who plays the mom. And she won several critics acting awards for this, but didn't even get an Oscar nomination. And she might have been the best actress of the year. That's the best performance of her life. She's unbelievable in my view, just to be able to convey that sort of descent into madness effectively without becoming a caricature almost. And then whose last name is Wolf, I can't remember his first name. Alex Wolf. He's great. I thought the last 40 minutes of that film, he was spectacular. Not that he has a lot.
Well, and he ended up carrying it too. There at the end.
To carry that movie in a way, and then Ann Dowd, she is a fabulous actress. If anything she's in is a mark of quality. Yeah, if I see her name on a film or a TV, she was most recently in the Handmaid's Tale series. But when
she was also on The Leftovers, Ken, she was incredible in The Leftovers,
and she should have won some kind of an award for a film. I think it was called Mass, maybe something like that. Was two couples whose children had ended up killing each other, having to deal with each other. Really serious drama, and she was great in that. And she turns out to be the bad guy, and you never ever guess it until the very end of the movie. That's acting.
Yeah, no, that part was a nice twist. So, of course, anytime I see things in movies, it's like, just get out of the house or whatever, I
don't think it would have mattered.
I'm always gonna pick apart some of those things, but I will say this: it kept me through the whole thing because I needed to see where this was going, especially after the husband
lit on fire.
Yeah, gets turned into charcoal briquette, because it held enough mystery and it had enough swerves in it, right? Unexpected things are just like, oh wow,
yeah, and
did
Ken,
not
this
expect to see that coming, and then of course the swerve at the end.
This was the first Ken Ari Aster movie that I had seen. This was it. I forget. This was or wasn't his first movie.
Debut. Yeah, it's his.
That's crazy.
He had a couple short films, but this is first feature.
And so he's done 4 movies. The second one was Midsommar, which I know Nick watched.
I just recently watched.
Yeah, he watched that one for the first time.
I think I like Ari Aster.
His setting, the way, and those movies in terms of, I mean, this one is very dark. That one is very light, right? Because it's happening at the summer solstice, so the days are going to be longer, and it's very much in a brightly lit area. As you said, Kent, the way in which he shoots things, the way in which this thing looks, it's very expertly crafted. And I wanted to ask you along those lines because it is a part of this movement, if you will, of elevated horror. Well, I wonder what you think of that, Kent, as an idea, given, when John was growing up, there's the slasher movies that we've done Halloween before, those types of movies into the 80s, and horror had a much different connotation than a lot of the stuff we've seen over the last decade, and his movies have been a part of that. It Follows, another one from the last decade that I think of. What have you thought about this kind of change in horror movies over the recent years?
Yeah, I think it's a split, actually, because a lot of the standard horror movies are still being made. There's a slasher movie every so often, and a ghost. I mean, some sort of ghost story. Those things. But what this is, and I think it's absolutely occurring, I think he's part of it, is you're taking real filmmakers, would be the way to put it. This is a more artistic way of dealing with horror rather than a jump scare, right? And so that it becomes about elevated. It elevates, it gets rid of a lot of the cliches or reworks them into a thing that raises real questions, not just what kid's going to get killed, right? I mean, this movie, you can talk about it a lot of ways, right? As a horror movie, but it's also, is this a movie about mental illness? Is it a movie about what happens when a family has tragedy happen to it? Because he talked about the roots of this movie have to do, not the story didn't happen, but the feelings and stuff come out of tragedies within his family, right? So is that really what the movie's about? Yes, it is in a way, right? So it kicks that horror up to a higher level.
Yeah.
It's weird because I'm looking at just some of the reviews, and it's got great reviews on Rotten Tomatoes. But on Cinema Score, the audiences that were polled gave it a D+.
What did you think?
I would say it's C+, B-. I mean, it was good. It wasn't bad.
Because I'm guessing, Kent, this was probably one of those movies that was very, a lot of the reviews were like best horror movies in years, blah
Right.
blah blah, right? And the audience probably went and saw it, and they were like, "This is not what I was expecting." So
Correct.
that'd be my guess, because I think the same thing happened in around that with The Witch. I remember that movie came out, and people were like, "Whoa, scariest movie in years!" And a lot of audience members were like, "This is not what I signed up for. This is a weird movie."
I still haven't seen that one.
That's a weird movie.
And this was also the time when one of Yorgos's movies came out right about the same time this one did. Got critically rave reviews, and people went to it and went, "What is this nonsense?" You know. So yeah, I think that's probably true. But this one did enough that it was, until Everything Everywhere All at Once, A24's most successful box office movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I really like
that. It was not necessarily a movie I enjoyed seeing at 10 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I mean, it helped that I watched it at night. So
me too.
And it ended up working out pretty well.
I think this movie did a very, very good job of creating the tension, building the tension, and keeping it, basically just extending the tension for as long as it would go until the last, 10, 15 minutes, and then it just cuts the tension and all hell kind of breaks loose, literally, I guess. But with the second where it's basically when Dad caught on fire and then they switch the perspective to the son, that's when it just goes from 100 to 150.
Mm-hmm.
And I loved all of that because it was creepy and unsettling, and some of the things like the mom with the piano wire and banging her head against the attic, it was incredible. The old naked people.
I was going to say, yeah. You going up into the attic and all the weird stuff that's happening in the attic the entire time.
I saw somebody on Reddit say, yeah, if I was him, I also would have jumped out that window. Because, yes,
understandably so.
All right, well, that is Hereditary. Oh, go ahead, Ken. I'm sorry.
To what Nick said, there were people I looked at a couple of the other people's reviews after I watched the movie, and there were a couple, and I think Michael Phillips, maybe from who was at Chicago until recently, just wrote that he thought it should have been longer, that the ending was and went too fast, and it should have been stretched out a little longer. And I just vehemently disagree with that. I think Nick,
if anything, you could maybe move some stuff around so that you can play out the ending a little bit more. But I mean, it was plenty long.
I think it was the perfect size, the perfect amount lengthwise. Which
I didn't have an issue with
it. Did a good job of disorienting you because of all these things happening at once, which I think that was the intent. It was supposed to do that. You were supposed to feel disoriented at the end of this movie,
and you definitely were.
And you definitely were.
And it was
all right, John.
To deliberately not make you feel good. Intentionally.
Yeah. No, that is true.
This movie kind of bummer.
Yeah.
That is true. All right. Well, that is Hereditary. You can find it on, where did we watch
HBO Max.
HBO Max. Well, we're going to stay on HBO Max.
Another spooky month movie.
Yep.
Thank you.
We're going to go really spooky and enjoy Funny People.
Oh, that's not a horror movie, John.
You're the worst.
Boo.
What's wrong with you?
Everybody at Cross Train is booing you right now. Boo.
Why do you hate
They're
whimsy,
drinking
John?
beer and enjoying their company.
My name's John, and I hate whimsy and cool things and fun and themes.
Exactly.
That's you.
Settle down over there.
Yeah, exactly.
Kent, the real thing, though, is we have a game tonight that we're going to miss live and have to watch later.
Football.
So what does Kent say?
I say 27-17, Nebraska.
27-17, that would be the
Low
cover
scoring.
and the under. But on Spooky Month, we must hear from Evil Kent.
I could see 52-38 or something like that, probably Nebraska.
Whoa.
Wow. Overreaction is starting at 11:30 tonight.
Whoa.
That would be a lot of points.
I would have serious questions about John Butler's ability to lead the defense if they give up 38 to this Minnesota team who cannot run the football.
Mm-hmm.
And I would I would be surprised if Nebraska can score 52 in any game. Right? I don't think this is an explosion. I'm thinking 41 might be their max.
Yeah, that's true. All right, so next week it's Funny People. It is on HBO Max.
Cool.
Kent, enjoy the lead tonight, and we will talk to you next week.
Next week for Funny People, the scariest movie we'll probably watch.
Kent's even disappointed in you, John. Are you happy with yourself?
Have you ever seen Funny People?
No. No, I haven't.
Okay.
That's why I chose it.
Good job.
Yeah, it is a good job.
Okay.
Not every movie in this month has to be a scary
We only have
movie.
2 Fridays left in
October.
October.
Oh,
You could have just said
John.
just 2 more.
No.
Just 2
Oh,
more.
no.
You could have chose like Freddy versus Jason or something.
Yeah, you could have picked
No,
something.
I didn't want to do a
You could
slasher
have done
film.
The Witch.
You could have done The Witch.
All right.
I could burn you like a witch. You know what? Maybe I could have done Holy Grail again. There's a witch burner.
I love Holy Grail.
Could have done Scary Movie.
I think we did. Did we do Holy Grail? Have we done Holy Grail?
I believe so.
Yes, we
Yeah,
did
we did
Holy Grail. I think we've done a couple Monty Python movies. I think.
Yeah, we did
History of the World.
No, that's not. No, Life of Brian.
I thought
Life
we did
of
History of the World Part 1.
History of the World is Mel Brooks.
Oh,
No,
But I think
my
we
bad.
did that though, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Sorry.
Live of Brian sucked.
I thought it was good.
I didn't like that movie.
All right. Ken, have a great weekend.
Bye,
Thanks.
Ken.
Bye, Kent.
Ken Wolgamott of the Movie Club.
Nice.
When we come back, we're going to do predictions early because then I got to turn around and get on out of here, heading down to CHI Health Center. We got Creighton pregame coming up at 6 with Austin Jacobson. Tip-off at 7:30. Exhibition, first time this year. We're going to get our look at the new Blue Jays. I'll have the call here on the Zone and 101.9 The Keg. And after that,
John's going to do an extended post game tonight so we can hand it on off to us
Nope.
on Big Red Overreaction.
Nope, that's not happening.
Hand it off.
That's so nice of you, John.
That is not
What a
happening.
guy.
That's not happening.
Oh.
But, yes, we will also have Big Red Overreaction on these same great radio stations tonight after the football game. It's all right here on 1620 The Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions. Over, bet the over. Vikings in the over.
It is time for predictions live from Cross Train, and don't forget, we have One Beer Friday coming up, and well, we're already here where the beer is. Of course, One Beer Friday is always brought to you by Cross Train Brewing here in Papillion. Josh is already imbibing right now, and many of the folks here are enjoying what they have going on. I wish I could do it, but got to be heading downtown here very shortly. But if you want to win $25 gift card to Cross Train and use it here or use it at their downtown location, or maybe hold on to it, opening in another location at some point.
Yep.
You can send us a pic of what you're drinking. Use the hashtag OneBeerFriday, and we will share it, and Nick will pick one at random for a winner of a $25 gift card to Cross Train. All right, in predictions, the Master, well, none of us had a terrible
weekend.
None of us had a great
week,
week,
yeah.
and Nick just continues to fall further and further behind. He's now 18 games back of first place.
Josh and I were basically close.
What are these numbers meaning? John was +9?
Yeah.
Oh, like he went 9 and something last
No,
week?
John got 9. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I struggled last week.
Yeah.
I realized as I'm watching all the games, I should have trusted my gut. I'm going to trust my gut more this week.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, starting here very shortly, we have the Blue Jays and the Mariners Game 5. So far, the home team has lost every game of this series. Of course, Josh, you know who's pitching today for the Mariners.
Yep, it's Miller.
Oh, it's Miller time.
Miller who?
Miller
who?
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller. Yes,
Yep.
Bryce Miller against Kevin Gossman.
I just wanted to see if you knew who it was.
Who do you like?
My gut says Sadness.
Really?
Give me the Blue Jays.
Wow, a hater.
I'm just trusting
I'm a loyal, long-time
gut trusting this week, folks.
Long-time Seattle Mariners fan. At some point, the home team's got to win one of these. I'm going Seattle.
The universe likes to make people sad and play sick jokes, so I'm going to go with the Gosshawk in the Blue Jays.
Unbelievable. People make people sad. You mean the good people of America's hat?
Wait, so who are you going with, Seattle?
I bet pick Seattle.
I hope you're right, John. I'd love to be wrong.
Tonight, the Brewers are going to go with Jose Quintana. That's the announced starter against, I don't know what his name is.
What happened to the Tuba guy that the Brewers were going to start?
The who?
The Tuba?
TBA. It was
Tuba.
TBA. Good Lord.
You two both make the same bad jokes all the
I
time.
don't make the same
You
bad
literally
jokes.
go, soccer's on, you go, it's key versus T.
Well, it's because it's only soccer.
Interesting.
Do the Dodgers close out the series with Ohtani on the bump?
Absolutely.
Of course they do.
Yeah.
Why would you doubt your gut?
I mean, even as bad as Ohtani is, the Brewers
You're
can't
such
hit.
an idiot.
The Brewers
One of
can't
these
hit.
days, John, historically, people are going to look back at your Ohtani take and call you an idiot.
No, they'll do it in the moment, too.
No.
Nebraska is playing both Michigan schools this weekend, Michigan State and Michigan. So this is the total distance of the sets of both matches combined.
So
right?
over under is what
So
we're
it's
talking
over.
about.
So it's 6.5 sets.
Will it be over or under 6.5 total
Correct.
sets?
So in other words, we're basically saying,
Will they sweep?
Nebraska sweep them both, or will they lose at least a set? So
Nick?
Nebraska or the Michigans.
By the way, they have not lost a set since Creighton.
Well, I guess we should. I mean, what if Michigan were to sweep Nebraska? It's only about number of sets. Right?
I guess that's true. Yes, that's true.
Wow.
But that I guess that would make this really fun if you picked 6 and they got swept and then swept.
Yeah. I'll take the over.
So you think they're going to lose a set?
Yeah.
Under. Again, they haven't lost a set since Creighton.
Yeah.
They are on a tear
This
right
ain't
now.
football, friends.
This is
It's
kind of like what
volleyball.
Creighton did last year in the Big East.
Yep. We go to college football. LSU plus 2.5 at Vanderbilt. A must-win for both to keep their playoff hopes alive. I'm going to go Vandy.
Guys, I have a tingle.
About?
Vandy.
Okay. My heart says Vandy. My gut says LSU. I'm following my gut this week. My heart got me in trouble last week.
Washington plus 4.5 at Michigan.
I'm going to take Michigan.
I'm going to go with the Huskies.
I'm going to go with Washington as well.
I don't know if they'll win, but I think they're going to keep it close for sure.
Oklahoma is playing South Carolina. John Mateer minus 45.5 passing yards versus his counterpart, Lenoris Sellers.
Lenoris Sellers has struggled this year. South Carolina has struggled this year. That said, like John Mateer, he just had surgery. I'll go with Sellers to cover the big number.
I'll also take Lenoris Sellers, but also because it sounds like Lando Norris.
Okay, time to move on.
I'm going to go Sellers as well. Ole Miss, despite being the higher-ranked team, is plus 7.5 at Georgia. Give me the Rebs. Refs ain't bailing out Georgia this time.
Too many times, John, my heart would say to go with Ole Miss. The gut, though, says that would be wrong. Give me the Dogs.
I'll go with Georgia as well.
Penn State. If you would have told me what this line was going to be, I would have said, damn, Iowa's having a great year. I mean, Iowa's okay, but they ain't having a great year. Iowa's favored by 2.5 at home against now James Franklin and Drew Allar less Penn State.
So when UCLA replaced their coach a few weeks ago, they started playing way better. Could we see something similar happen with Penn State here? No. Iowa.
Go Hawks.
Hawkeyes.
Wow, clean sweep.
Third Saturday in October, that means Tennessee at Alabama. Tennessee is an 8.5-point home or road dog.
Yeah.
I think Tennessee keeps it close. I'm not going to say they're going to win, but I think this is a one-score game. Give me the Vols.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. It would not surprise me if they had a lead late in the game, but I think Alabama wins. I think Tennessee keeps it close, though, certainly within 8.5 points.
Wow, we all agree.
Wow, that's too many agreeing.
I know.
Too much agreeing.
The USC Trojans, despite how great they have looked recently, go to Notre Dame, who also has looked great. And this is a must-win. Notre Dame cannot afford to lose any more games. Notre Dame is giving 9.5 against the Trojans. Way, way too many points. USC.
I'm worried about Notre Dame's defense. Like, has the defense actually gotten better, or are they just not playing good offenses anymore? I'm going to go with that one, and I'm going to say USC covers. I wouldn't be surprised if USC wins.
This line does not make sense to me.
It's stinky.
It's weird. Trojans.
Wow. Another all agreement. To the NFL, Sunday morning, my Los Angeles Rams go to the London Jaguars because this is their annual trip across the pond. The Rams are -3. I'm going to do what Josh did last week, and I'm going to pick a push.
Oh.
Rams win by 3.
Wait, did I get that right?
No, because the Bucs won by 9.
As we all know, London is a home game for the Jags, so I'm going to pick the Jags.
I will go. Wow, okay, so we're all going to disagree then. This is awesome. I'm going to go with Los Angeles.
Oops, I typed them in the wrong place.
Monster. You're trying to cheat.
No, I typed.
How come we let John do the scoring? That's interesting. And he seems to win a lot, doesn't he?
Fascinating, Nick.
Wild.
Because I'm smart. Eagles -2.5 at the Vikings. Do you have a coin?
Oh.
I'm serious. I'm serious.
This is a good bit, John.
Nice.
Can you flip it for me? Heads, Minnesota. Tails, Philadelphia. Tails, Philadelphia. I'll take the -2.5. Thank you.
Good coin
No, I don't
flip.
want your money. You gotta have that's a nice nickel, by the way.
Good coin flip technique, by the way.
That's the professional
I
way.
was going to follow I was going to go with that pick. I'm going to follow the coin. I'm going to stick with it. I'm going to go with Philadelphia. I just don't like the Vikings offense right now.
The Eagles remind me a lot of that bird from Hereditary that hit the window, so I'm going to pick the Vikings.
Nick, that is a great reference.
The Bucks go to the Lions. Bucks are +5.5. You had the stat earlier. Detroit is 11 straight covers coming off a loss.
11-0 ATS in their last 11 games after a loss. The Bucks, what's going on with the injury situation? What's going on with the wide receiver situation? I mean, look, a 6-point win is still a close game. Give me Detroit just slightly.
I say the streak ends. I'm taking Tampa.
I like Baker a lot. I'm going to go with the Bucks.
Okay.
All right, to some prop bets. Emmett Johnson, his longest rushing tonight. His longest run tonight. Over, under 20.5. This is officially on the Underdog Fantasy app.
Nice. Go higher or lower then? I'm
Higher or
gonna
lower.
I'm gonna go higher. We saw some broken tackles by Purdue last week. Emmett Johnson's playing some really good football. Give me EJ on the higher.
I like the higher here too.
That's what Penn State fans will be saying about Matt Rule in a few months.
Got him. I mean, I can't say I'm now EJ pilled and not take the over or higher.
So you're gonna go with it?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with it.
All right.
Who scores the first touchdown tonight? Same, Emmett.
I'll go with Dane Key.
Just to mix it up a little bit, I'm going to say Isaiah Hunter continues his good play. Let's go with Isaiah Hunter.
Will there be a special teams or defensive touchdown by Nebraska tonight? Only Nebraska.
Okay.
No.
Ooh, since it's only by Nebraska, I will agree with Nick and also say no.
What if we change it
to everybody? Then I would say yes.
You want to change it to everybody so we get – because I'm going to say no.
I'll still say no.
Okay, so
right,
Josh
so
will go yes. All right, so that's anybody. And let me put that in the
Anybody, not just Nebraska.
Anybody. Minnesota's rushing yards tonight. They famously have been worse than 60 yards a game against the Power 4. 89.5. I set this line myself. I don't know.
It feels a little high.
You want to change the line? Does anyone want to change the line? I literally set this.
I thought he was saying it seems high. He's going to go.
Oh, I mean,
under.
I am going under.
Okay.
I'm going over.
Okay.
I think Darius Taylor's going to have his best game since the opener. I'll go with a slight over on this one.
Yeah, I'm going to play it. The odds here. I was wrong on this one last week. I'm going to say over.
Okay.
And to the game, Nebraska -7. 47.5 is a total at Minnesota. I had the stat earlier in Nebraska's wins in this series since 1969. The average margin of victory, 34 points. Ain't going to be that much. I wanted to go bigger in terms of margin, but it's Nebraska, and there's probably going to be a weird futzing around. The middle eight's going to go silly.
I almost had to press the dump button.
I say cover, but barely. 28-20, Big Red.
Listen. Okay, listen.
I'm listening.
I'm listening too.
This is Nebraska's second away game.
In a row.
They struggle against Minnesota.
Yeah.
And they, up until this season, have struggled in close games.
Sure.
That being said, I'm going to go 28-24 Nebraska.
So a Minnesota cover and an over.
I cannot believe Nick just picked Nebraska. That's pretty wild. Nebraska, John, in Big Ten games this year, 27, 38, and 34 points. Now, in the Michigan State game, which we're watching right now, 7 of those points came on the blocked punt.
Right.
But that's still 31 offensive points. So 27, 31, and 34 offensive points. I think this offense, even when they play with their food, is starting to put up some pretty big numbers. I think that they're going to clean up their act a little bit. I do not like what I'm seeing from Minnesota this year. Give me Nebraska to win comfortably, 37-20 over the Minnesota Golden Gophers.
So we all have a Nebraska win. Only Nick likes the Minnesota cover. And remember, Nebraska has failed to cover the last 3 times in this spot as a road favorite of 7 or more.
Did I give you a different score this morning? I'm sorry.
You did.
Oh, you know what?
I think you do this every week.
No. That was my fault. That was
Okay.
his score from last week. I thought I had changed the
there's
graphic.
not even a helmet
Well,
there.
I did
Wow,
change the
thanks.
graphic. I forgot to upload it.
Okay, you want to tweet that out for the folks?
I will tweet that out for the folks.
That's awesome. 31-24. Somebody.
I'll do
That's
that.
not even. It's 28-24.
Yeah, I know. John's gonna.
I'm
Are you gonna
doing
upload it, or are you? What are you
I'm
gonna do?
I'm not gonna upload it. I'm
All
just
right.
gonna put it on the
All
Twitter.
right, well, I'm just gonna remove it then from the screen.
Yeah, do that, please.
Stop confusing people, John.
I had the other scores when I made this graphic this morning after 2 hours after asking you guys to get me your predictions, and I didn't have yours.
I sent mine in pretty much right away.
Yep. So it's really your fault.
I was getting ready for work when you sent that email.
Oh, okay.
So was I.
28-24.
I don't have my phone in the shower.
And there you go.
Oh, you were getting ready for work in that regard. I see. Okay.
All right. That is predictions for this week. I am going to have to pack up now and head downtown. We've got coverage of Creighton basketball starting in a couple of hours. Actually in about an hour and 20 minutes here on 1620 The Zone. I'll take over at 7 with the pregame 7:30 with Tip on 1620 The Zone and 1019 The Keg. Our dear friend and our Friday colleague, Jack Mitchell, will fill in the rest of the way.
And
He'll join us from his studio.
Don't forget that Blue Jays shoot around before that
At
live
6.
with Austin.
Live with Austin.
Joe, probably some good banter with him and Joe.
402-951-1620. You can call him.
Call him. Let him know what you're. Call and predict the season. That could be a fun thing. Maybe for the 6:15 segment.
And don't forget, Big Red Overreaction mentioned something with Monster, White Monster.
There you go.
Great idea.
All right.
I'll
Bye,
talk
John.
to you from CHI Health Center later tonight. The Grum continues with Jack Mitchell right after this, live from Cross Strain
One
and
Beer
a
Friday.
One Beer Friday on 1620 The Zone.
Throw. It would be nice to have a blow. Throw. It would be nice to have a blow. Throw. It would be nice to have a blow. Throw. It would be nice to have a blow. Throw. It would be nice to have a blow. Throw. It would be nice to have a blow. Throw. It would be nice to have a blow. Throw from your mom.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
Friday!
We probably have beer center each week. Ralph Club, biggest contributor. Yeah,
I like beer. I don't know if you like beer center or not. What do you like to drink?
Next
I had one beer. Friday.
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do, and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was nope, it was one beer. Friday.
Oh, it is a One Beer Friday. We are here live at Cross Strain Brewing, the OG location off of Portal Road. And now we welcome in live from Lincoln, the Super Friends somewhat roundtable. It's just Jack and I finishing up the last hour plus of the show. Jack Mitchell. Hello, Jack.
No, yeah, it's not the Super Friends Roundtable. This is more like a postseason baseball game where you're trying to get a lot out of your starter, and you can kind of see, okay, we've stretched him far enough at this point. We pitched him on short rest. He's got a lot going on. We've got a closer who's an all-star, and we normally only use him for an inning, but I think he can go 3. He saved it up for this moment, right? You know, and I think that's where we're at right now. And so I'm glad to come in and just throw freaking heat for an hour and 10 minutes and just shut everyone else down. I love it.
All right, perfect. Well, so Jack's going to take you the rest of the way. I'm going to head out. Jack, surprise, surprise, you actually get to do the last hour and 10 minutes by yourself.
If only I had some experience doing that sort of thing. But in any case.
Yeah, you do solo shows from time to time. Jack, of course, is on our sister station, KLIN, each and every weekday morning from 6 to 9. A great radio show, 6 to 9 each weekday on KLIN. And then he does another show usually from 5 to 6. But because of the pregame coverage that is happening on that station right now, he is hanging out with us. So we will be here for the
Huskers. We're the home of the Huskers in Lincoln. Did you know that?
Home of the Huskers. Jack always is talking to the coaches, always is talking to the players on his show. It is on his shows. It is awesome. A reminder, of course, it is a One Beer Friday, brought to you by Cross Strain Brewing. Let us know what you are drinking on Twitter with the hashtag One Beer Friday, and you could be the lucky winner of a $25 gift card. We have had some tweets come in. Nick will be picking someone at random. So, again, let us know what you are drinking. Jack is going with a huge beer today. Very exciting. He's getting ready for the football game, which is just over 2 hours from now. So, again, let us know what you are drinking. And a reminder tonight, of course, Bigger Overreaction after the game with Matt McMaster and yours truly, recapping it all on 1620 The Zone and 1019 The Keg. Jack Troy writes, click the wrong one. How is Jack not at the game?
Question.
Did you consider going up to this game, given that it's just a 5-hour jaunt?
No, because I've got jobs at every hour of every day that I have to do. Had I not taken every job and side gig in the world to do radio and podcasts, I absolutely would be there. Like, I have more friends that live in Minneapolis than any other city outside Lincoln and Omaha. So, like, I would love to be there. I've been I think Minnesota. Yeah, it's the only Big Ten stadium I've been to for a road trip. And I've probably been there 4 or 5 times. Like, I would love to be there, but instead I'm here talking to you. Got to finish mowing my lawn after this. You know, that kind of stuff. To answer the question, that's how I'm not at the game. I got too much to do. Would love to be there. And it's on a freaking Friday. We got to make these like the 2 travelable road trips this year, both on weekdays. Not cool.
Wow. That's a good point. You do hate the weekdays. I love the weekday games. This is awesome. I can't wait. Like I get to leave here. I will go to the station. I will watch the game at the station. We'll do overreaction. And then I get my whole Saturday tomorrow, which is going to be wonderful. Absolutely wonderful watching the ball.
I like
that. But that's that's not what this is about. I wanted
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Go
You
ahead.
go.
Go ahead. No. Go ahead. You go ahead. It's your show. Listen,
I was gonna it's our show over the next hour and 10 minutes. I was gonna ask you to kick things off. What is the story of this football game? Because I found it interesting this week. And this week has been a lot. At least the early part, of course, was dominated not by Maryland recap. It was dominated by a potential coaching search that is going on in State College and could potentially involve Nebraska's head coach. And so we barely did any Maryland stuff. And that, Jack, was a game that, as you and I, the purveyors, the creators of the Groin Kick Chronicles, it was one that went against tight. And they broke through and they get that victory. And yet we barely talked about it because of the Penn State coaching search. And now we have reached this part of the week. And John and I, we've done some Minnesota stuff. And yet I don't really know what the exact vibe is for this game for a lot of people beyond the biggest worry seems to be Nebraska loses to Minnesota all the time. But that's not the story of tonight, right? Like, Jack, if there was no history, let's say that these teams had back and forth games over the last 5-6 years, or let's say Nebraska had won 4 out of 6 appearances or whatever. They were on the winning streak. There'd be no doubt about this game tonight, right? Like all of the numbers, all of the metrics, all of the stats, the eye test, everything is like, yeah, Nebraska's probably going to win. They're going to move to 6-1 and on with the season we go. But there's that part in the back of a lot of folks' head of, yeah, but it's Minnesota, and they beat Nebraska almost like Iowa does in the weirdest ways imaginable all the time.
Well, yeah, I mean, this could be Rutgers, right? Just substitute them. They're probably fairly similar quality teams, I would think. And like, how would you think about it that way, right? Other than the travel that goes along with it. So, yeah, that is it. It does feel like Minnesota in the Groin Kick era has been one of the teams that has had Nebraska's number as much as anyone, honestly. Yes. Right? At least Nebraska got a win against Iowa during that time. At least Nebraska has got a win against Wisconsin during that time. I mean, Minnesota, it's been what? Has it been since 16? Is that right?
2018 was the last time.
18. 18 in Lincoln. That's right. Okay. 18
Frost first win came, which is hilarious, right? Like that his first win came against a team that is really, I mean, they've owned them in a myriad of ways. Lately, it's been a lot of, surprisingly, Jack, you ready for this? It's been a lot of close losses, down to the wire losses, perplexing losses. Nebraska ran them off the field in that game. The next year, Minnesota ran Nebraska off the field. That was, of course, the famous hoodie game. But since then, COVID loss close. 2021 loss, which I believe you were at. Jock Ant stumbles at the 1-yard line, of course, very close.
I was there.
2022, they lose by 7. You and I watched the game, and we're doing a podcast live. Close. Nebraska loses in heartbreaking fashion. And then the worst of the worst, the 2023 first Matt Rule game, where they absolutely blow it late. It's the ugliest game maybe of all time, and Nebraska starts the Rule era 0-1.
Let me ask you a question, Josh. How does this, because the record has been basically the same for Nebraska versus Minnesota as Nebraska versus Iowa. Minnesota and Iowa have been, I don't know, would you say roughly equal programs over the course of the decade, the Groin Kick era? Iowa maybe a notch better.
Yeah, I would say that. Yeah, because they've actually won the division. But for the most part, I think that they're two pretty comparable programs.
How are these two series? How have they been? How are they different? Right, even though the result is really the exact kind of same thing over the course of those 10 years. Like it seems like Nebraska has been, in some ways, Nebraska should have beat Iowa more often.
Yes,
honestly. When I'm just thinking over it over the course of the 10 years broadly.
That's what I was thinking too. It seems like in the Iowa games, you leave and you say, how did they lose that one? It doesn't make sense. Like all of the numbers and watching it, you would think Nebraska would win. Whereas Minnesota, maybe Jack, like the Iowa losses have had more of the horror show aspects to them. Whereas the Minnesota ones are just kind of typical one-score losses that you're angry about? Maybe not the last one, but the other ones I think were in the years before that.
I feel like the Minnesota is more the ones they've come in and they've underperformed for the entirety of the game. I think the Iowa games have been more like, okay, for a small portion of the game, they completely blew up and did it. Yeah, I mean, like, it's hard to think. Honestly, it's so hard to think of anything worse than that 2020 game when Minnesota came in with, half the team having COVID, and then just like, you're like, oh my gosh, a gift. And here we go with Nebraska. And it feels like there've been a few of those with Minnesota. It's crazy. There it is. Yeah. Worst of the worst.
I'm sorry. 2020 was the worst of the worst. There was a comment earlier from Scott who essentially said something similar to that. It's like, are we sure that isn't the actual worst loss in this series? And I mean, it's a fair point. That was a terrible day for Nebraska as they lost that one to a team that had like 50 guys on the roster. Jack, I don't want to do, given that the game's 2 hours away, I don't want to do a whole lot of Rule and Penn State stuff, but I did want to read this text from Aaron who says, the story is still the same, and the story gets more interesting with an ending we don't know if Nebraska continues to win. Just embrace it. The better the team does, the more the pressure turns up. That's a good thing for the future, no matter where you want to be a program that shows it can be something. Stop being sad about yourself. John and I have talked about it. You and I have talked about it. The fascinating part of this whole thing is the more they win, the weirder it gets around here. The more they win, the more they have success, the louder the noise is suddenly going to get. And I wonder, Jack, there was the famous "There is no hope, F everything, go Big Red" from the guy from Court. Wouldn't that in a weird twisted way now be that they actually do start doing that? That if Nebraska continues to be cursed, the curse, it just mutates, and it's not that you're losing like you should, but no, you're actually good and maybe too good that you could lose your football coach in a month and a half.
Yeah. If you're listen, this is not me, but there is a scenario where if you are someone, and not everyone is, but if you are someone who really, really thinks it's important that Nebraska hang on to Rule, there is a scenario where you can kind of say, well, probably not 3-3, but 4-2 at best, probably for the rest of the year. And that probably takes care of it. And maybe that loss is against Penn State, and then there's this weird, that's a weird thing. I know I think Amy just asked Matt Rule about it in the press conference and was like, are you frustrated that this comes up right after you get this win? And he says, no, I'm not. And he has to say that, of course, because he's not going to say he's frustrated with it. But I'll tell you what, I am. I'm unbelievably frustrated. What a freaking fun night this should be. What an unbridled, if Nebraska can go in there and do what I think they're going to do tonight and exercise that demon, another one here in this whole series of games, after what they did against Maryland, where they completely reversed a groin kick, after what they did against Michigan State, where they played putrid for a portion of the game and still won it, where they've turned around special teams. Tonight should be we were talking, Josh, at the beginning of this 4-game series, like, okay, if they can go 3-1, you're treading water and you're still looking good. If they go 4-0, here we go. Okay. If they win tonight, the next one is Northwestern at home. So this should be like, okay, this is what we should be talking about tonight. Is it's official, right? They've turned the corner. I'm not saying they're back as in they're going to, win the conference or go in the playoff, but tonight should be the final confirmation that they have turned the corner and they have clearly improved and changed from what the last decade has been.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. And I wanted to ask you about the October stuff in a little bit, but you look at this and the feelings that you would have. So I remember somebody pointed it out to me that coming into this month and really the rest of the season, in the last matchup versus Michigan State, they had lost. That was 2 years ago. In the last matchup versus Maryland, they had lost. Again, that was 2 years ago. The last time that they played Minnesota, they lost 2 years ago. Northwestern, the last time that they played them, that was actually one of the few times that they had won in the most recent meeting. but not USC. They lost to them last year. Not UCLA. They lost to them last year. Certainly not Iowa. And so in a way, it was like, wow, you have a chance as a program to really start reversing a lot of trends. You know, of course, the biggest trend, Jack, has been the one-score games and being unable to win those. But also trends against teams that either if they're like Minnesota and they've kind of owned you, Iowa, they've owned you, or even a UCLA, they beat you in the most recent appearance. It's like you have a chance to really start turning that around. And I think what you just said hit the nail on the head. If they win tonight, any season, a win over Minnesota is like, whoo, thank God, got that one, the monkey off your back. On a Friday night in Minneapolis, you're like, let's go. To get to 6-1, their best record through 7 games since they were 7-0 in 2016, like it does all those things. And yet, as the person who is hosting the postgame show tonight, I can't help but wonder if they win, what is the tenor of the show, given how this week has gone now since Penn State decided to fire James Franklin?
Yeah.
I'm guessing I have an idea, even though I want to say I don't know what it's going to be like. I think I have an idea on what it's going to look like tonight.
On top of that, it feels like Minnesota, outside of beating Iowa and Wisconsin, should be about the third most opponent that elicits the most joy from beating them because of who they are, right? Like, I mean, I'm not going to say they're a blood rival with Nebraska, but they're probably number 3, right, in terms of who Nebraska fans want to beat in the conference because of who they are. Like, we're not even – where is that? How many Minnesota games have finished up in the last few years, and you're like, God, I hate them, right? Man, I can't stand that team. Man, PJ Fleck is annoying. And then he'll get up and say something snarky after the game. And over and all of these years
ago, right?
Oh, God, it's always something. And then he'll sprint around like a wacko all over the field, out of that. Like, this should be
whisper
fun.
Sweet nothing into Dylan's ear. Hey, if your coach leaves, we'd love to have you.
I mean, listen, I'm going to do everything I can to just whatever. You know what? Like, the winning is just, I'm just going to assume in my head, Matt Rule's not leaving for the time, because I'm not taking away any possible joy. For the love of God, to eschew joy that we haven't had as a fan base for 10 years because we're worried about Matt Rule leaving. Forget it. Like, I am going to do my best, and I think I can, because I do think he's probably staying. I don't know for sure at all, but if I had to guess right now, I think he is. And so there's no way, like, there's no way, and I don't think anybody's really saying this, they'll be disappointed with the win because it makes him more likely to leave. I don't think anybody's saying that right now. But
no,
I'm going to
you can't
dude,
that way.
I'm going to celebrate this tonight if they win. You should. I mean, no, you have got to celebrate. Nebraska fans, I give no judgment on anyone who celebrates the small steps and the small victories that they've not experienced for freaking ever. So tonight, if they win, yeah, they're the favorite. Yeah, Minnesota's down. Whatever. Those are games you've lost over and over and over again. So let's go. Hell, Josh, I should be drinking beer out of a bowl tonight after this is over because this would be bowl eligibility. Are you kidding? Bowl eligibility? Like, they had this chance last year, but other than that, this early, not since 2016.
Yeah, and like, isn't it interesting that you just said that? You've been on for 15, 20 minutes now. Last year, we were doing that going into Game 7. Oh, my gosh, this could be bowl eligibility. And it felt like we were building it up, and, of course, they got smoked, right? So it didn't matter. I barely heard anyone mention that this week. It does seem like you want to talk about baby steps. You want to talk about moving forward as a program.
That's a huge
the
one.
Fact that I don't think anyone has mentioned that this week, and I know why, right? There, like, a large portion of it has been the coaching stuff. But even beyond that, like, I kind of, in a way, like, I don't care because it's going to happen. It's going to happen tonight. It's going to happen next week. Like, I have no doubt that it's going to happen. This season is now, it's not about that anymore. It shouldn't be, at least, right? And that's what I think when we went to, before this month got going, and you said, we talked about can they go 4-0? It wasn't, I'm going to predict them, but if the program is going to show that they are at this new level, that almost needs to be the expectation. And that's kind of how I feel about the bowl. The bowl, not the bowl streak, but getting to a bowl game. Yes, That is what I'm expecting. It's going to happen. How much better can they be beyond going to a bowl game at this point?
But Josh, let me tell you, I don't disagree with you, but on the other hand, in 2 years ago or 1 year and 11 months ago, November of 2023, most Nebraska fans, if they're as passionate as I am, would have given their freaking left arm to be in the position you're in right now. Like it seemed like a freaking fantasy land after you lost to Maryland and Wisconsin, right? It seemed like just another stratosphere that they were so far away from at that point. And here you are, man. You go in there and so many of those demons from those years have been exercised this season. It's incredible. Like, we should step back and take a look at it at this point, just because as the two of us, since we delved in so deep into what the failures of the last 10 years looked like, it's even more remarkable to me how much they've been reversed this year. It
really is.
I don't even think we appreciate it enough.
No, Jack, I could not agree with you more. It starts with the opener against Cincinnati. You and I were watching that game a couple of weeks ago live on the internet for all to see. And the conversations we were having as the third quarter unfolded against Michigan State, where it seemed like, is the offense ever going to score again? And I remember watching that thinking, I don't know how this offense is going to be able to win games if they cannot protect the quarterback, or if he continues to run into the defensive lineman and get sacked. And then everything changes. He rolls right, he being Dylan Raiola. He rolls right, he hits Ja'Cory Barney, and suddenly the floodgates open, and they score 24 points on their next 5 drives. They only have 1 drive where they don't score. And then last week, it was on in here. It's on right now, actually. And I was looking up earlier, Jack, and I forgot that late in the first half, Nebraska's up by 10. They're up 24-14. And then what happens? A slow kind of meltdown, and suddenly they're down by a touchdown late in the game. And what happens? They get a stop. Dason McCullough crashes in, gets a great play behind the line of scrimmage. That kickstarts everything. Stop, field goal, stop, touchdown, and then another stop. And it's like, Jack, over the last 10 years, certainly over the last 4 or 5, if they do any of that, we're like, oh my gosh, time to celebrate. Dude. And they're doing it. And so like all these have happened now in the span of weeks or over the course of this entire season, that this, I definitely think that they have something different, that they are learning how to win. I think that that's true right now about this team.
Listen, I will give all credit to Matt Rule on this. And I honestly think he thought it was going to be easier to do this than it was. He knew, I think he knew and he believed 100%. This. I think he knew and he believed this was an issue when he came in year 1. It happened again. He thought, and then he tried he tried sort of a way to do it in year 2. I think he has reevaluated the way that he attacks this problem, whatever you want to call it, the groin kick mentality or whatever you want to give it. I think he rethought it this year. I think, the whole thing in the Akron halftime, right? I think that was part of it. I think there are things we don't even know that were part of it, but I think he took it seriously. Maybe in public when people asked him, well, they lose a lot of close games, he kind of minimized it. I guarantee you behind closed doors, he was saying, there is something going on here. We have got to figure it out. We didn't figure it out before, and it appears he has. Now, that doesn't mean his team is perfect. They still have plenty of problems, but goodness sakes, Josh, they weren't ever going to do anything if they couldn't get out of the groin kick mentality. And they have at this point. And that's why it sucks so much now that I feel confident for the first freaking time that we found someone who can do that, who can kind of beat back and has an antidote to that mentality. And, he might leave because I'm waiting for chapter 2 now, to be honest. It feels like you had to dig out of the hole. Now you're on solid ground for the first time. I don't even know what you do next after that.
Jack, let me ask you this before we go to break. We had a lot of questions coming into this season about, can they fill this hole, or how good is the defensive line going to be? And can Dylan Raiola take a step forward, right? Six games in, halfway through the season. What questions do you still have do you have any questions about the team? Do you feel like you know about the players, about the strengths, about the weaknesses. In a way, I guess I'm asking you, are there still surprises in how they can perform, or do you think you have a nice grasp on them, and now it's just about if they can reach those various levels, or if they have like the second and third quarter against Michigan State, that kind of changes the map on the equation?
Like I kind of did until last week. And then, because if you would have asked me before the Maryland game, I would have said, listen, and I did tell you this, number one with a bullet problem is protecting Dylan Raiola and the offensive
100%.
line, right? Like that has been a consistent problem through almost all of the games where they were playing serious opponents. And then, and it wasn't perfect against Maryland, but like, look at this after talking about that game, even outside of the rule stuff, like that's really not been a conversation for the most part, right? About that game. And part of it is the offensive line play better. Part of it is they found a way to scheme around it. I think, and listen, I had kind of set myself to believe too. Here's the other weird thing, like before the Maryland game or before the Michigan State game, especially, I'd set myself up to believe that Emmett Johnson was a solid running back, but not one that was other defenses were going to fear and plan around. I've changed my mind on that too. Like I've evolved on a bunch of things on this team, and we often get in the trap at the beginning of seasons of assuming that what happens in game one or game two is going to be the consistent thing throughout the course of the season. So, like, I don't know what's next. Like, I still don't even know how I evaluate Dylan Raiola, Josh. Like, I can make arguments. I really can make arguments really positively for him, and then about him being, hey, he really is not he's not what we expected him to be. I think they're both there, and I feel like that's almost there for almost every part of the team. There's kind of a range with each of them here for the most part. Even the pass defense last week, right? You finally saw the first chinks in the armor.
200 plus yards. Yeah. It's funny you say that, Jack, because I've been trying to figure out all week when I haven't been talking about Penn State Matt Rule to figure out how much of the game against Maryland was real and how much of it was fool's gold. Because, like, in terms of questions, like, either they got answered or it's a bunch of fake stuff that we're going to see tonight, for example, right? Like, you and I have been more bullish on Emmett Johnson than a lot of people, but I think you still weren't as bullish maybe as I have been at times. And so how much now of the reaction to last week is real, or did he just have like a really nice night, right? Like, I mean, there is a world, right? Like, there's a world where he still gets to 1,000 and he still is good. But, like, hey, he's not the guy who had almost 200 yards on the ground. Like, he's not that. There's a world where, hey, Nebraska's offensive line isn't what they were against Michigan. But, hey, they also gave up sacks a lot against Cincinnati and a lot against Michigan State and maybe only one against Maryland, but they're still not that good. So, like, there's still that. On the other hand, I mean, Jack, that was the worst game that Dylan's had this year in terms of giving the ball to the opposition. So, like, can they, like, the push and pull? Like, here's what I do think is real. The offense, and I had this stat in predictions earlier when I predicted Nebraska to win this game by 17 points. They have scored in Big Ten play on offense. I'm not going to count the block punt. They've scored 27 points. They've scored 31 points, and they've scored 34 points in Big Ten play. Like, I think that it's okay to say that's real. And here's the wild part, Jack. They did not play a clean game, certainly against Michigan. They had quite a few empty drives, including 10 points they left on the field in their first two, at the very least, if not 6 if they kick a field goal. They had the second and third quarter against Michigan State, and they had last week where, again, they move right down the field and they get 0. So, like, I think the offense is inconsistent as they have been. They're still like a 30-point-a-game offense. Like, what if there's a tiny bit more consistency with the offense? Now, maybe this is who they'll be all year. Maybe they're just going to be this team where you're like, oh, man, they left 7 points. They left 10 points on the field. But, hey, if they're leaving 10 points on the field and still getting 30, that's going to win them a lot of football games over the next 6.
As I was thinking, as you were talking there, Josh, and going over what the offense did, I realized what I do think I feel consistently about this team, and it's about the offense. And it's that, how they perform, it depends. It doesn't mean it's going to work. But one thing I'm very confident about this team is it's got the best collection of skill position talent Nebraska's seen. in years across the board.
By far.
On offense, wide receiver, tight end, running back, right? Quarterback. By far. It's the ceiling because of that is different than any offense you've seen since, probably Amir Abdullah was here probably, or maybe some of those years during the weird transition from Bo to Riley or Riley to Frost where they had a few, but yeah, they went a lot of years. Josh, it's crazy when you think about it, how many years they went without multiple options. Like if you're a defense, you go against Nebraska now, right? You got to say, oh man, well, now Emmett Johnson obviously is a threat here. Ja'Cory Barney obviously is somebody we're worrying about. Oh crap, and Isaiah Hunter, they're going to throw these screens to him at this point. Oh, sometimes Lindenmeyer will get 9 catches. He can be a problem as well. And that doesn't even mention Dane Key, who everyone thought would be the best of all of them, probably coming into the season.
Yeah, for sure. And that's the thing that has definitely changed from year to year to year is that you look right now and you say they have a ton of weapons. And that Jack, for the first time, some of that offseason wide receiver hype is, I'd say it's living up to it at this point in time, right?
Yeah, and yet you still feel Dane Key, he scored you feel like he's got more to show yet this year too.
Yeah, 100%. Real quick, Jack, before we go to break, we've all been wondering over the course of the last few hours after Nebraska put out that tweet this morning of the program and hey, are they going to be wearing something? Well, Nebraska just put out a tweet just a few moments ago, and sure enough, it is. If you can tell there, it is indeed a pink N. You want me to blow it up a little bit for you? It is indeed. I don't think it's the sun there. I think that's.
Are you sure?
N. I'm fairly confident that it's a pink N on the tweet, and with pink face mask, and I would assume then a pink.
Wait! Are you saying the face mask on that is pink?
I believe everything is, except for the helmet being white still, like normal.
I mean, Josh, I don't know how to say this without sounding like a jerk.
You saying I'm colorblind?
Yeah, that all looks.
You think
red.
It's red, Nick?
The face mask, especially.
Like it is pink, but I think whatever they did to that picture does a very poor job of relaying that it's pink.
Oh, interesting.
It's for sure a lighter shade of red.
Wow, maybe you guys are idiots.
If you showed me that picture and was like, hey, look at this, I would not go, whoa, that's a different picture. It just looks like a Husker helmet.
Even when I saw the picture, I'm like, is it?
Husker Country says the face mask is not pink. All right, well,
it's not.
Maybe the face mask isn't pink.
Listen, I wasn't going to say it. Listen, I did.
Right, more equipment. Like that, and a pink one is easy to get.
Yeah, but like pink and red,
it's
kind of.
I mean, it's the
same
same color.
stinky.
It's just like a slightly different shade of red.
So do we think they're wearing pink, like numbers and pant stripes?
I guess it's like the gloves and the shoes and the stuff like that.
Can we call these the Valentine helmets?
Sure, if you want to.
And just the N too?
Just the pink N.
And the
stripe.
And the stripe.
I actually want them to, I would like them to wear pink numbers, pink stripes, all of it. Because those are not, that's different. That takes away replaces my misery from the surrender whites, which I hate, which you can't say you hate anymore because woke, but I hate them,
Exactly. By the way, there was somebody said there's a photo going around out from the internet. I don't think I'm going to have time to get it up, but Andy Kindy, Jack, he tweeted one of the helmet like up close. Now that's a pink face mask. Am I right, Nick?
Yes, that is a pink face mask.
The face mask is indeed going to be pink.
Okay, I like it.
Do the whole thing pink then. I hope the numbers in the pants are pink or the stripes.
No, remember it's all white pants.
No, with the pink stripes, pink numbers.
Oh. By the way, going to break, the black shirt says that I am a closet Husker hater. Jack, am I a closet Husker hater?
No, you're pretty open about it.
That dude's looks like he's gonna come for you if you are.
Whoa, Jack!
I'm just saying, he looks like it. He looks mad.
I feel like I've been like a public Husker hater. nothing hiding about it. Am I right there, Jack? All right, this is Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Half of us, or 2/3 of us, are live here at Cross Train. Jack Mitchell hanging out in Lincoln. He decided not to stop by. The Mariners and Blue Jays are off to. This is Cal Raleigh gets a double in
Wait,
the bottom
that's
of the first. Go Mariners. Am I right, Jack? What's going on?
Who gives a freaking crap? I don't
Who
care.
gives a freaking crap about that? All right, perfect.
care.
We are here hanging out at Cross Train. Let us know what you're drinking on this One Beer Friday. You could win a $25 gift card. Nick will choose one at random.
I will.
Tonight.
Or Monday.
Nick will choose somebody at random.
I will slide into your DMs. You'll know if you won.
He will DM you that you won the gift card, and then you can come here and enjoy a delicious beer. They'll be watching the game here. They'll have the volleyball on as well tonight as Nebraska has their Michigan jaunt. All right, when we return, Jack mentioned it. Halfway now, Nebraska is to 4 and October. That's 4-0 in October.
Why'd you say it like Yoda?
4 and October.
Halfway now, Nebraska is.
Wow, I kind of did. We'll talk about that when we return. Also, some other questions for Jack Mitchell as we get you ready for Nebraska in Minnesota, which is now probably about an hour and 40 minutes away. Of course,
Let's
Big Red
go.
Overreaction coming up tonight with Matt McMaster and yours truly. Very excited for that. All of it still to come. It is Unsportsmanlike. No, Jack, we still have more to go. Not yet. You got to
stay.
No, I do. I just do that because I like when I want to do it. I can do it whenever.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Awesome. It is a One Beer Friday here on 1620 The Zone.
Oh, hey, could the chat hear me? I didn't even know. Oh yeah, it always Matt. My Matt, it always is live, Matt, during the breaks. That's the thing. That's always been the that was me pouring a drink. Husker hoops tomorrow. Yes. Upset. Will they storm the court if they beat BYU? Fair question. Dude, oh yeah. Is that the get? Is everyone saying hot mic? Is that, or like they're doing the bit, or do they think I don't know? Which is it? I'm not sure. So yes, I was pouring a drink. It's Friday. Let's go. Let's see what else we got on the chat. WTF. This is I don't know what's all right. I don't know what he's talking about. Wow, there's some weird stuff on here. Somebody said my daughter said there was a video out there like with the uniforms. Can anybody tell? Has anybody seen it? Are they pink? Like, what is it? What's pink? What's not? I'm very confused. It will look. I don't think I like. I mean, listen, I love the idea, obviously, of doing it. Like, do it full force though. Pink. I want pink numbers, pink stripes, pink pony club. Exactly. Ghost dog. Pink striped pants. Da-da-da-da-da, with the pink number jerseys. I would rather just do that. And you know what? Because it does not remind me of 1992 Iowa State. It does not remind me of 1991 Georgia Tech. It does not remind me of 2002 Iowa State. It does not remind me of 2002 Penn State. It does not remind me of 2007 Colorado. It's a different feel. I would love it. I hope they do. I hope it's as much pink as possible, because I want it to look as different as 1992 Iowa State as possible. And all of the young, the young woke people who are telling me that it's not okay to rip on the all white uniforms, or they have one in them before. Well, yeah, no freaking crap. I know they've won in them before, which is the dumbest argument ever. I can't think of any brand that would have tweeted that out and tried to make that argument. In any case, watch it at Applebee's with my third wife. I think I still only have one. Hey, did you hear Matt Rule met his wife at a Chili's? Another reason why I can't believe Matt Rule and I aren't best friends. He met his wife at they met working at a Chili's. They were probably worried it'd be too pink. Too pink looks better than pink plus red. Pink plus red looks like a Sweet Tarts package on Valentine's Day.
Welcome back to Unsportsmanlike Conduct here on 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, zonetv.live, the 1620 The Zone YouTube page, where now for the rest of the show, half hour during the breaks, the YouTube chat is popping and Jack Mitchell is partaking. Jack, what was the discourse throughout the last few minutes during the break?
I was giving some I was giving some more thoughts on the uniforms situation and just advocating that let's just make it all pink. Not just make the numbers that I want all of it. I wanted it to look as little like 1992 in Ames versus Iowa State as possible. And
interesting.
Like normally I wouldn't have been for this, but I hate the surrender whites that look exactly like the surrender whites that make me sad that the pink actually could reform it. Do you think Matt Rule was trolling everyone a little bit during the press conference when he was like, "Oh yeah, we're wearing all white," knowing that there would be some people who would react negatively, and he knew that something was coming. Oh, and by the way, like the next question or two questions later, Amy just, I believe, asked something about the connection on the breast cancer issue, because they have personal stories too. So
you think she had inside information? She was tipped off about the pink accents on the uniform?
I don't know. I just don't think if you're going to do the pink, do it like the red. I don't think the red looks good with it. So just do the white and the pink. It's fine.
Interesting. How about this, Jack? Bigley says, "I am sad to say this, but I miss Josh. I'm still here. I haven't left. Bigley, I'm still alive. I'm still doing the show."
Sometimes I feel like I can still hear his voice, right, Jack? It's like he's still with us.
What a very concerted way to insult me by only being here for 2 minutes. You're the best. You're great.
Thank you, Bigley. I'm still here, and I won't be leaving until the end of the show. Also, Alex and Lincoln texted in, Jack, and he says, EJ is fine. EJ is fine.
I have changed my position on Emmett Johnson. I've changed my position.
Eric in Fremont says, "Why does Jack Mitchell hate Tommy Frazier?" That's an interesting question.
Do I?
Surrender Whites, 1992. They lost to Iowa State. You blame Tommy Frazier. You want him benched, and you want Tom Osborne fired.
Listen, first of all, that 92 game was not on TV, so I did not see the surrender whites in that game, just to be clear. So I don't have I'll tell you, you know what I was doing in that game? I was 15 years old, and my buddies and I had it on the radio, listening to Kent Pavelka. We had no idea what jerseys or pants they were wearing. We were playing football in someone's backyard, listening to the game, cheering for him to take Mike Grant out of the game and put Tommy Frazier in. And so, yeah, they wore him that game, but I don't have any memory of what that game looked like for the most part. I've seen highlights after the fact, but like the Georgia Tech game, 2002 Penn State, 2002 Iowa State. I don't think 02 Iowa State was on, or excuse me, 92 Iowa State was on TV either, but I've just seen so many highlights of it since that I associate it. So Yeah. So bad
What
argument.
Jack
Bottom line.
Jack, what you just described sounds like the most 15-year-old 1992 thing ever. Me and the
Dude.
boys just throwing the rock outside, listening to football on the radio.
It was a different time, Nick.
Man, that's what I did. That's basically 80% of the games that happened between the years I was probably 10 and 9 or 10 and 15. We moved here in 86. And since the Oklahoma game was usually on TV, and there was usually maybe one or two other games on TV, if it was a day game, Dad and I take the football out in the back, turn the radio up, right? We throw, we play catch while it was going on. I'd try to sort of, occasionally I would do the thing where I'd try and sort of duplicate what I was hearing on the radio. That was like how I listened to games for, most games in for about 7 or 8 years.
Such a different time. Bruce says, didn't Jack's best friend Corey Ross wear whites on the road in 2003? No, that would have been 2002. They wore the all white uniforms. Your dear friend who always responds to your texts,
dude. I'll
Corey
text
Ross.
him right now. He's a great friend. I'll text him right now.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear that he responded in a week. Jack, while you're texting him, I did want to ask you about the 4 in October that Nebraska is now halfway through. What has surprised you, if anything, the most about the first 2 games so far? Because it obviously has not gone the way that you would have expected, given there was the windiest game of all time against Michigan State, and then last week was just wild with all the turnovers and the comeback win. What surprised you the most, though, about Nebraska's ability to get to 2-0 so far this month?
Number one, it's still just the performance, responding to the oh crap moment. And, when things look like they've gone to hell, and they did, I think, at some point in both the Michigan State and the Maryland game, the ability to do that, I still, even though I think to some degree they did that against Cincinnati, to be able to see them do it in those 2 games in a row, that's number one. And then number 2, Josh, has just been I thought special teams would be better. I didn't know how much better. I didn't quite expect them to, be this, to be this much better than their opponents and having such a huge impact on those 2 games. I think those are the most positive surprises for me for Nebraska in at least those 2 games so far.
Yeah. Do we care at all? I've seen this in some corners of the internet this week that man, these teams aren't very good that Nebraska is beating, so it doesn't mean as much as maybe it would have in years past. And maybe tonight is the best example of that. If they beat this Minnesota team, Jack, you can see it from some of the people Minnesota's not good. They're not what they once were under PJ Fleck. This is not taking away anything from your enjoyment. Is it that these teams are lesser, that Jonathan Smith might be on his way towards a pink slip, that even Loxley, who's been, struggling over the years, that he might also be that way, and that Minnesota is having their kind of worst team in the last decade. Does that matter at all to you?
First of all, I think Maryland's good. I think Maryland is still going to beat teams this year. Doesn't Maryland go to UCLA this week? Yeah, they go to UCLA, I think, on Saturday. Watch out. I know UCLA all of a sudden is hot, but
I was going to say, wait, which team are you saying to watch out? Because both of those teams are
I think
football right now.
No, I think Maryland's going to win that game against UCLA. So I think that was genuinely a good solid win. It takes a little bit away from it, but again, not too much, because that was part of the problem. Part of the problem was not being able to beat teams that you were better than, and Minnesota in particular, or you should have beaten, or you were the favorite against. So no, that doesn't, I knew how many times, Josh, should we say at the beginning of this whole 4-game stretch, we're like, well, Nebraska will probably be favored in all 4, right? That was the way it was always explained. And they are that's what you just asked. So nothing's really changed in terms of how I look at it.
Yeah. Lane responding to what has surprised him. He says, Josh, it's the fact that we are barely beating these blah teams. Indiana last year played blah teams and blew them away. Man, I'll be honest. Yeah, exactly. Jack, this is a program that
is he new here?
against the blah teams over the last decade, and we're surprised that they're. I mean, maybe he was saying that in a positive way. I'm surprised that they're beating the blah teams and they're barely doing it because they haven't been able to. But judging the tone of the comment from Lane, I would be stunned if he was viewing it that way. Like Jack, sometimes I feel like I'm carrying water for the program when I say these types of things, which is great because Mr. Blackshirts called me a closet hater earlier. But it's like, I just don't understand how you can like beg and beg and beg for them to like not lose games in horrifying fashion. And then they finally do it. And it's like, yeah, but they're not dominating. It's yes. If you compare them to Indiana, I understand why you are annoyed. I totally get it. But that's not what the program is, for better and for worse. Not really for better, but for worse. That's what the program is. I don't know, man. You just got to kind of enjoy the ride.
He agrees.
And I think Nebraska.
He agrees. You must have misinterpreted him. But
Okay,
I do think there needs to be a reality check at some point for people. It really impacts how you look at this season, but a reality check in terms of, hey, are you willing to understand that the improvement is going to be small step by small step by small step, right? And and Cignetti ruined it for everyone, man. Like
he really did.
He really did. But like going 4-0 in this October against Michigan State, Maryland, Minnesota, and Northwestern is undoubtedly, Josh, progress. It is undoubtedly progress. I don't care who those teams are right now. I mean, we generally know, but it's undoubtedly growth for this team if they can go 4-0, be at 7 freaking wins well before Halloween. Like, it's undoubtedly growth, but if you expected growth to happen, like a parabola instead of, a very straight line, like you're always going to be disappointed with this.
Well, and Jack, the maybe the biggest representation of that growth that you're talking about is I remember when you and I had that discussion about could they go 4-0, and the pushback was like, yeah, but they won't because they can't. And like maybe those people are still going to be right. They got 2 more games to go, and it starts in an hour and a half against Minnesota. But I think that's the other thing is how unlikely it seemed because it has been unlikely and it has been unable to happen. And now they are halfway there, and I think that they have overcome. Like Tyler says, our step now is just to beat teams we're supposed to beat, look competitive against teams we shouldn't beat, and maybe sneak one out of someone. I think we are doing that currently. I couldn't agree more, Tyler.
That's where you need to be. That's on schedule for improvement.
So if it continues tonight and it continues next week, I don't want to keep fast forwarding. I feel like we've been doing that a lot, but I mean, that USC game could just be so awesome, so monumental, so important, so advantageous for this program that has been waiting for those types of games for a while. And so I look at this game, Jack, and John and I, we do our 16-20 the analytics. By the way, the Mariners just hit a solo home run. I know you're on pins and needles about this game, Jack. They're up 1-0.
Wow.
Suarez with his second home run this postseason.
I think they've done that 3 straight games, by the way. They've hit a home run in the first or second.
Hey, don't say that. I was thinking that. We have Mariners fans here. Don't say that, Jack, including me. Now I don't even remember. Hey, no, I'm a Mariners fan. Go Mariners. This guy's an actual Mariners fan, though. But, Jack, we've looked at this matchup, and, man, Nebraska just does seem to have the edge in a lot of spaces. And the positives for Michigan State aren't even that good. Or Minnesota. Aren't even that good. We had the Michigan State game a couple weeks ago on in here, and so I've been watching it. I like this. Jack, I like this game more than I've liked each of the last 2. I like this game more than I liked the first 2 October games.
I 100% agree with you. I was at about a coin flip about Maryland beating Nebraska. I thought Nebraska would beat Michigan State. I wasn't super confident. You know what? I mean, you can tar and feather me later tonight, but I think Nebraska winning by 3 touchdowns is possibly in the cards tonight.
I picked 17. I picked a 17-point win.
Yeah, I can't. What did I think I picked 31-13. So what is that? 18. Yeah.
That's right. I mean, it's 3 scores at the very least. It would take three scores to beat that. Wow.
Yeah.
All right. So congrats, Minnesota. We're
I
way
just
too
have that
confident.
feeling. I know.
Yeah.
I just have that feeling. But part of it is things have changed with the way that they operate, and part of it is the matchup, and part of it is Minnesota's just bizarrely. I mean, talk about a team, Josh, that completely changed their character without changing a coach or anything from year to year. Isn't that absolutely bizarre? And maybe that's a red flag to me. I don't know what's going on there, but they completely have changed.
Well, I mean, it hasn't helped that Darius Taylor has been hurt, and he's their running back who has had a pretty good career, right? Like, that's a part of it. They have a freshman quarterback, and Jack, like, I don't know how much you've watched of him, but we talked about it earlier. I mean, he floats some of these passes, and I think Nebraska could absolutely have some takeaways in this game of him, where he drops back, throws it long, but it just hangs there a little too long for Minnesota, and one of Nebraska's defensive backs takes it away. Like, I really feel like that could happen multiple times in this game tonight, where Nebraska's defense could make some plays. So you're correct, though, how overnight, and I don't remember if it was you or somebody else who said it at some point over the last week, but it was basically like, if you hear someone tell you, you got to stop Minnesota's run game, it's like, all right, you're not watching them because they can't run the football right now. Yeah. So,
and what I've said this whole year too is Nebraska's defense has some issues in it. No question about it. And we saw it against Michigan. We saw some of it against Michigan State too. But if you don't have a running game, that plays into the hands of this defense. Absolutely.
100%.
This is and maybe Darius Taylor comes back. He's a good experienced back. Maybe he's healthy now, and maybe they look different than they have all year with him. But if they don't have a running game, Josh, they're screwed. Like, I mean, their offense is screwed. I don't know. They're gonna have to pull it out tonight, and maybe they will. But if they don't, they're not gonna be able to beat Nebraska just passing the ball and having their typical running yards per game tonight. It won't happen.
We will come back. We'll wrap up the show. I have one more Husker football question for Jack. We could also do an abbreviated "What's for dinner" as we get ready for the evening, as well as we get ready to say goodbye here from Cross Train on this One Beer Friday. Again, let us know what you're drinking. You could win a $25 gift card to Cross Train. All you got to do is hashtag One Beer Friday. Let us know what you're drinking as the weekend arrives, and Nick will choose a winner at random over the course of the next few days, and you will get that gift card. We will come back, say goodbye to the week that was, and get you ready for Blue Jay Shoot-Around. Jack is going to be tuning in, getting ready for the start of college basketball season. Jack, can you believe it? They're about to dribble again.
And swish
shots, and maybe even clank a couple or two. All right, come back, wrap up the week next on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Jack, you're the guest of honor. What's for dinner?
I got wings on the pellet grill smoker outside. So I like to finish them on the grill. I got to finish mowing my lawn. Then I'm going to finish those on the grill, cut up some summer sausage and cheese for the game. My son's coming over. We're doing the at the request of my kids, we are doing the old school Nebraska Velveeta slow cooker cheese dip. Right? You guys ever done that? You know what we're talking about? Yeah. We're doing it right tonight. Football snacks. It's gonna be very good. I'm excited.
Friday night's a great night for football.
Sounds good.
Nick?
What's your cracker of choice when you do the summer sausage and cheese?
My daughter likes Townhouse, so that's what we have. And Townhouse or Ritz probably.
I'm a saltines guy. I like saltines. I don't know what's for dinner. I'm gonna get home late.
Late night, Nick. Joey, what are you having?
Well, after shoot around is done, I'm going to have some Popeyes with Josh Peterson.
Oh,
and maybe McMaster later on.
Maybe McMaster. I asked Matt what his order was because I'm having Popeyes, and Matt texted me his order, and I will not read verbatim what he said, but it was very funny because it involved a curse word, and there are children around, so I'm not going to say any curse words. I'm going to get 3-piece all thighs, baby. I'm looking forward to it.
The most annoying order.
It's a normal order. Jack, if you worked at Popeyes and somebody came and asked for all thighs, what would you think of that person?
I have no idea. I don't know. I like chicken thighs, though. Chicken thighs are good. Chicken thighs are cheap. They're good. They taste better. They're
not
great
annoying.
to throw
Eat what you're given. No, Don't be picky. It's fine, Nick. Everyone does it. Matt asked for all dark meat. This is a normal thing at a chicken restaurant.
That's also annoying.
No, it's a normal thing at a chicken restaurant, though. Everybody does it, except for you. And you get stuck with chicken pieces you don't want.
I like all chicken. I'm not a picky eater.
Jack, we have like 2 minutes left. If Nebraska wins tonight, what record will they have at the end of the regular season?
Jeez. All right. So this will be 6. 10, 8, 9. 9 wins.
Whoa. You're saying they're going to lose 2 times?
9
I thought you'd
wins.
say 10-2 or 11-1.
They're going to throw one to keep Matt Rule.
Nice. Wow. What a time to be alive. Man, Jack, I've been the hater all offseason. If they win this one, I think I might be a 10-2 guy.
Is that still the playoffs? Is 10-2 a playoff possibility?
At the very least, you're in the discussion. You're very much in the discussion if you're 10-2.
And if they're 11-1, they're in the playoff, right? They're in?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They are absolutely in if they're 11-1. I know, Jack. We could have.
That's like one minor upset. That's like one minor upset now.
Tiny bit of upset. Yeah. Oh, you stop it, Nick. A reminder, Big Red Overreaction comes up after the game on 1620 The Zone and 101.9 The Keg. Before the games get going this weekend, 4-quarter pick 'em. You can still get your picks in for the games. You don't have to pick them against the spread. Go make those picks right now at 1620thezone.com. So here's what we got coming up tonight. Blue Jay shoot around. Jack is so ready. He's going to put his earbuds in while he finishes on the grill and his cheese and his crackers.
We call him J-Sker Jack.
Live Blue Jay shoot around coming up from 6 to 7. See, look at that. And then it'll be John Bishop, I think, solo tonight. Joey, is it just John tonight?
It's just going to be John tonight because his analyst is not available.
Sad. So John, his coverage, his pregame coverage. Maybe Jack, you should have filled in. It'll,
Jack.
Start at 7.
And then, I'd love to, man.
Tip between Creighton and Iowa State. That is at 7:30, and then probably be a little downtime in between that, and then Blue Jay shoot around. Big Red Overreaction starting again on 1620 The Zone and 101.9 The Keg. What, you got anything else?
Did you know Blue Jay call-in post-game show?
Not tonight. Big Red Overreaction.
What if I have takes?
Well, you got to send them on Twitter.
Specifically mention John.
Jack, thanks for doing this.
Thanks, Jack.
And thank you to Cross Train for having us. Had a wonderful time. Again, it's a One Beer Friday. Let us know what you're drinking. You could win a $25 gift card to come right here. Enjoy the game tonight. We'll be back later. Thank you, Joey. Thank you, John. Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Jack. I'm Josh. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.